Alright folks, welcome to tonight's Not-So-Stock Gaming Semi-Pro Bracket Tournament. This is Dark Orbs, and I will be your host for the evening. We'll be joined by a couple of other shoutcasters this evening. Our newest shoutcaster, Jordan, will be joining me for our Round 1 matchup momentarily, and then I believe Brick Panzer will be joining me for additional matchups this evening. Also, I have just received my invite into the Round 1 game we've selected for tonight's event. Our Round 1 matchup will be the A matchup on the bracket. That's actually going to be Team Coup Gang versus Team Fireplace. And what is playing crazy noise in the background here? Even muted, the stream adds play sound apparently. Stop that. Why is ad block paused? Alright, I apologize guys, getting myself back into things. There we go, stream up in the background for me. No more crazy sound there. Looks like the situation we are currently in is waiting for the blue team to appear. The blue team here in our Round 1 match is Team Coup Gang. And folks, don't get confused. Just because we have one Round 1 match on the stream does not mean that all those other Round 1 matches are not supposed to be getting themselves started. If you are not familiar, I will get the rules and the bracket posted back into Twitch chat momentarily. Of course, by the time you hear me saying this, it's already sitting there in that chat. Also, again, you are seeing Best ADC in Asia sitting in the Spectre, so I was going to be giving him a call momentarily. That will be Jordan joining me for our Round 1 game here this evening. And again, guys, with those rules posted into Twitch chat, I will remind everybody Round 1 matches as soon as teams are showing in the bracket. Of course, aside from Round 1, I suppose, as we do release that 10 minutes before the hour mark. So matches have 15 minutes to get themselves started is what the sentiment of this statement was. Round 1 starting at 7 o'clock. Matches must be started before 7:15. Otherwise, the teams causing that delay can be disqualified from the evening. Also, going to get that call out to our other caster here. Ooh, the beeps. Apologize if I'm blowing anybody eardrums off there. Alright, welcome, Jordan.
Oh, hello, Dark Orbs. How's it going?
Not too bad. I see you've managed to get yourself into the lobby without any kind of issues here. We're just waiting on Team Coup Gang to join us now. That is going to be the blue team for our Round 1 matchup here. We have Coup Gang versus Fireplace Cats.
Well, as I can see here, they have 4 of the members are on a Challenger tier team.
Indeed, they are quite a decent team. We've seen these guys come out throughout a number of past events. I recognize a little Laura screaming, and I was going to say Spreek. He is on their roster, but not actually in this lobby right now. So a number of new additions to their team, or potentially some name changes. I know last time we streamed, they were in Twitch chat like, hey Dark, it's still me, I just changed my name. So everything's okay there. And Coup Gang, I'm also familiar with as well. I believe they've been playing the majority of Not-So-Stock Gaming's tournaments, at least on and off throughout our history. So a team that we have some history with there as well. Looking forward to a great matchup here.
Well, either way, I'm looking forward to this matchup too, as it is quite a high-low team, I would say, and it's going to be very interesting watching those 2 teams clash out and find out who the victor is.
Indeed, and it looks like those Challenger team rankings are disguising mainly Diamond tier ranks, seeing Spreek sitting at Diamond 1, another summoner, Absolution, at Diamond 2, and Michael C. Hall down at Diamond 4, but still, into the Diamond tier is pretty impressive to me. And again, it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a delay here potentially as we're waiting for Coup Gang. I believe I have some of their members on my friends list. Unfortunately, that summoner I have is readied out there, which could be an AFK summoner from that team. We'll see if they're going to find their way into the lobby here. We may need to replace them or simply advance the purple side here. So I don't think we had any late check-ins this evening. Everybody checking in on time, at least. Yes, looks like no late check-ins at all tonight, which is kind of unusual, but a great thing to see everybody making their way into the night tournament that was available to participate.
Well, hopefully everything will run smoothly, and hopefully the other team does show up, so we can get started on this wonderful game.
Indeed, always like to see these matches played. Kind of sucks when teams don't show up, especially when we're sitting there with the stream being like, hey, we're here. We want to shout about you, but they're just not coming. Again, they do have looks like about 10 minutes remaining to find their way into the lobby. They did check in. Can check when they checked in here. Give me one moment. Looks like they checked in around 4 p.m. this afternoon, so a couple of hours ago. Could be getting their roster back together, maybe a little bit, not paying quite as much attention to the clock as they could have been after checking in. It does occasionally happen that people check in, really early in the morning, being like, "We're here, we're ready to go," and then the day wears on and somehow they disappear.
Well, sometimes teams do have some last minute discussions that could take a bit of time, but hopefully they do finish their discussions or whatever they're doing and show up for what they've been practicing and talking about for.
Indeed. Let's see if I have anybody else here from Team Kugang on my roster. We can get this expedited a tiny bit. Believe I do have Mon. Is that the right one? No, that's the wrong one. There's the right one. Montier is green. Alright, so we do have one summoner potentially here. We'll see if I can get a response, find out what's taking Kugang getting themselves into our lobby here. And again, guys, it is 6 minutes past the hour. Matches still have 9 minutes remaining to get the matches started. Alright, seems like a little bit of confusion there. Somebody from Kugang checking in, thinking they might have been able to play tonight. But it seems like they're saying they didn't intend to actually check in. So we're going to have a team of Fireplace Cats potentially advancing into round 2. Just going to double check our list here, make sure there's no super late check-ins coming through. No, still no additional teams waiting to be added to the roster. So any forfeits and no-shows tonight, unfortunately, will result in other teams being advanced up the tournament ladder. And of course,
Well,
guys, no-shows and disqualifications don't get added to that secondary bracket tournament, meaning we'll need to wait for a couple of those round 2 games potentially to conclude before we can get everything started up there for the secondary event as well.
well, that's a bit unfortunate that not all teams will be able to make it, but at least we're figuring out which teams won't be able to make it in the early stages of the tournament.
Indeed, it does. It does occasionally happen. Teams like they check in or they have their 5 and somebody just disappears, and their substitutes
Yeah,
aren't available. Or nobody they have on the list can really fill the slot they need, so they do drop out after checking in again. It is unfortunate, but does happen. Going
but
to
it
see
does
if we
happen.
can Gonna see if we can find our way over to the matchup between teams Cheer Up and Relax Gaming. Going to check on those team rosters, see where they're at, potentially get in either through LoL Nexus or, if we're lucky, before they even get into Champion Select. Looks like I actually have some of these summoners on my list as well, but they are already in the game. So what's going to happen here is I can hopefully spectate them. If I leave this lobby, it should re-give me that button. No, spectate appears to be disabled on that game, which is unfortunate. Alright, so we're going to see if we can find that through another summoner from their team. Hopefully it's just a little bit of a league glitch. I thought I had Spruce on my friends list here, but that's not gonna work. Are there any teams currently watching in Twitch chat who are not yet into their matches? We are now looking for a round 1 match, as we need something to stream here this evening. Again, guys, I'm going to see if I can find somebody from Relax. Hopefully get into that matchup, but I am seeing the summoner I have on my friends list that is currently in the matchup as not being able to be spectated, which is not good, really. I've seen this happen occasionally and doesn't normally result in any kind of huge issues from teams, but admins should be able to go in and check on those games as they're happening. So please, as you're starting additional matches, keep that in mind. Make sure the spectate slots are there for admins to come in as you're forming up your lobbies should they need to, and that the spectate mode is going to be enabled as you get into your game in case your opponents do anything funny you'd like to report, because if we can't get in to check it out, there's not a whole lot we can do unless you're video capping your game, which it's always a good reason to video cap your games aside from putting those onto YouTube and getting the awesome publicity of being the best League of Legends players as you make your way through to those finals matches.
Well,
Again,
either way, I wish all the teams in this tournament good luck, and I hope they have a good time.
indeed, best of luck to all of the teams participating this evening. Again, guys, we apologize for the difficulties here this evening. Just looking for a round one matchup now to stream. Matches have 5 more minutes remaining to get themselves started. If you're not yet in your matchup, let us know and we'd be happy to join you as the round one match we were going to stream tonight, unfortunately, could not occur. One of the teams not being available for their match and no team here to replace them this evening. The match we would follow that would lead into that match has Spectator unfortunately disabled, which is causing additional problems for us there. Looking to see if I get into Oliver Kings versus Sovereigns here, but I don't recognize any of these summoner names. See if I can find anybody on my friends list. I do have so many people here. We have a cute melon, not on my friends list. Tuesday Chicken. I like that summoner name, but again, not on my friends list. About Natalie, no dice. I have Zen Superman, but I'm looking for Superman, no Super Vietnam. And how about Yokin? No Yokin on my friends list. That's the entire roster from Oliver King. So let's check out Sovereigns here, guys. I may get lucky. And of course, if I don't, we could head in through LOL Nexus, but it's a little bit more difficult for our casters to sync up properly through LOL Nexus since the timers don't always go the way you want them to. As if I were able to find somebody on my friends list and spectate them, then get our caster and spectating me, generally we end up on the same timers, keep things a little bit more simple for us. Alright, so seeing King Twister not here on my list right now. Unfortunate. Gonna have some trouble getting into a round one game that's gonna lead to the matchup we had chosen to watch, though. I suppose we could change things up and just continue with the winners of the matchup we follow, depending on who we have. Alright, I'm not seeing summoners from this team on my friends list currently. Let's see who I know that's playing right now. I do recognize Psionics in the G matchup. I've seen Team Goosh before there as well, but I don't know if I have any of their summoners on my list. Psionics I should have one for at least. Looks like TFA Rickery have one by a forfeit against Team Vapor, so that match is not available. Though I do have members of TFA Rickery on my list from casting some of their matches last night, I believe. Reddit Team 140, I believe I may have some summoners from. So we could look at going into the E or the G matchups on the bracket Twitch chat. Let us know if you have a preference towards those matches. I'm going to see who I can find from both of those teams on my friends list. I know I have Chanban from Psionics, and it looks like I should have It's Onyx and Only Zyra, both from Reddit Team. No Only Zyra on my friends list, but It's Onyx is there, and they're currently in Champions, so we could get it at the very beginning of their game, or I could potentially see if they could drop that and get us in.
Well, it really doesn't matter which team or game we stream right now, as long as we just get one going. That will be a great start to the night.
Indeed. Looks like I have gotten a hold of It's Onyx from Reddit Team 140. We'll see if their champion selection gets cancelled here to get us in. We do have that restart rule, which would be enforced with the same bans, the same picks for anything that's already been picked for them, so it wouldn't be a detriment to their lobby for them to do this. It would get us into that matchup a little bit more efficiently, let us cover the lovely pick and ban phase for everybody. It seems like they're a little bit reluctant, potentially, to drop. So we will let that matchup go through. Not a problem there. We can, of course, jump into them after they get themselves through champion selection, and that 3-minute spectator delay period expires. Or we can look at the matchup between Psionics and Team Goosh. Let's see if Chanban, the member I have from Psionics, is currently in match, also in champion selection. Oh my, I don't really feel like asking another team to try and pull crazy moves just to get this stream started off. We will wait until these champ selects get themselves through, and then we'll catch a little bit of action from round one here, and we'll see if we're going to continue with those teams into round two or move back to Fireplace Cats, who we were originally going to stream for our round one matchup here against Team Ku Gang. As again, unfortunately, Ku Gang forfeiting from tonight's event. So Jordan, I'd ask you about the teams we're going to be watching, but without the lobby, without the pick and ban
Yeah.
phase here, we're going to have to more or less wait till we really get onto the rift here to figure out what's going on between these two teams, or whichever two teams. Again, I'm not seeing any preference from Twitch chat. Do you? Do you have a preference for which match we head into?
I don't really have a preference as long as we just get a game going, but it's just unfortunate that we can't watch Champion Select because it plays a pretty big role in deciding the victor of the game, as there are the picks, the counter picks, the bans, and the counter pans, and also creating the perfect team comp as a team, and that's something I want to see, but it's fine either way. As long as we get into game, I would like to see some action on Summoner's Rift going on.
Indeed, would love to get into these games, and we do get to see a tiny piece of the champion selection phase if we go in following their champion selection. It will lock us into the spectator period for 3 minutes, but unfortunately it won't show us their bans. So it's not a complete picture of what happened during that pick and ban phase. So it's not quite the same either way. And again, guys, we are working our way into a round one game here, just waiting for champion selections to expire. Let's see if it's Onyx is through. Looking at Shanban, they're not quite yet. Are they through this champion selection? We can't quite get in here, and those are the only two teams that are in matches currently that I have members of on my friends list. The easiest way for us to get in and remain coordinated with two casters, of course. And again, guys, this is Dark Corpse. I will be your host for the evening. I am joined by Jordan tonight for our round one game. Just a little bit of difficulty getting ourselves into our first matchup here.
Well, once we get ourselves in a match, everything should be running finely and smoothly, and hopefully it will be like this for the rest of the night.
Indeed, hoping we don't run into any further match formation difficulties. I mean, after round one, generally, everybody's played a match, everybody's there to continue, so it should be a little bit smoother, especially with teams knowing that they've had a caster in their lobby throughout that last round. Most teams have at least one member who have played in a previous event, though we do see a lot of completely new teams coming out as well. I find a lot of them have watched the stream before entering the tournament to find out, a little bit more about the potential competition coming into events. So they tend to be aware about the structure, aware of the structure for the stream that we go with, where we pick a random round one game and then follow the winners of that matchup through into the next round. So once people become familiar with that, we tend to get those invites fairly efficiently, as long as they know that we were in their previous game and they remember they won their matchup, which of course, in a tournament, I should hope you remember you've got another game to play.
Yeah, from my previous tournament experiences, some teams do like being streamed as they like their fame, they like their publicity, but there are some teams that don't like to be streamed, and I respect people's decisions.
Indeed. All right, Jordan, I apologize to actually leave you on your own here for a moment while we get ourselves into this matchup. We'll check these champ selects. So one more time, it's Onyx is going to be the first one into game. I will be able to spectate, going to be sitting in the spectator lane for about 2 minutes here. So you won't be able to spectate me until we actually go through the spectator lane. But my doorbell's actually just rang, so I've got to go let somebody in, and I'll be right back. I apologize.
Well, everyone, looking at the picks here, we have Lucian on the blue team, Aurelia top, Hecarim jungle, Lulu support, and Orianna mid lane. On the other side, on the purple team, we have Graves bot with Onizara playing Thresh. And then, of course, we have the Gragas jungle, and the one and only Fizz top, and Katarina mid. It's top lane, there's an interesting matchup between Aurelia and Fizz. In solo queue, there seems to be a lot of that matchup, but in competitive, there's not too much Fizz play. It's going to be very interesting going into game, watching that lane. But the lane to watch is the Lucian Lulu and the Graves Thresh, as recently in the LCS, there has been a lot of Lucian Lulu play. And I would love to see them go against Graves Thresh and see who comes out on top. Unfortunately, we can't see the bans, but there's still about 30 seconds of delay for me. So once the delay is up, we'll be able to head into game and watch some action.
Alright, I apologize for my absence there, guys. It always sucks when you forget your keys and take the dog for a walk. But with that, we are heading into champion selection. I
Yep.
apologize. Into load screen. So you
Yes,
should
we
now
are.
be able to spectate me here, and then hopefully we'll both load in, at the 0 second mark and get the game underway.
Yep, I am loading in the loading screen, and while you're gone, I was just covering over the picks and laning phase between those different lanes, and I was talking about how the top lane between Fizz and Aurelia, it's an interesting matchup because I don't really see that lane a lot because usually Aurelia or Fizz is banned or picked, and there's usually only one person that is picked. But it's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, that should be a really interesting match. It's actually something I've not personally seen before. Looks like our mid lane matchup after that's going to be Orianna into Katarina. How do you feel that one goes? Is there a preference to either champion in that match?
I feel like Oriana bullies Katarina pre-level 3, and once Katarina hits level 6, I think she should be able to do fine against Oriana's poke. But it really depends on the jungler's ganks, because if your jungler focuses on your lane, that could get you snowballing, and that could basically get you to win your lane really hard.
Indeed, and the junglers here are going to be a Hecarim for the blue side with Gragas actually on the pro side. Not a standard jungler, but something I've seen done very successfully in the past. So I'm looking forward to how these ganks actually work out until we end up leaving the laning phase.
And
Yeah.
yeah, the Gragas pick is extremely interesting. I see it a lot in solo queue nowadays. It's been picked once or twice in the LCS, but basically when you jungle Gragas, you go for the tank jungle first, tank item first, and then you rush Randuins. But I've also seen some Gragases do a Rod of Ages, second item. But it's going to be very interesting to see if this is going to be a full tank Gragas or a semi-tank AP Gragas.
Indeed, he has potential to go either way, really. Great sustain from Gragas and huge amounts of AP potential for his damage. Speaking of AP, I'm seeing a lot of that coming out from the pro side. Do you think the damage ratios might be off from either team here, making it a little bit easier for their tanks to focus on either AD or AR, sorry, armor or magic resist as their main objectives?
Yeah, for purple team there is quite a bit of AP, but don't forget it should be an AD Fizz as the start of the Doran's Blade. But then again, AD Fizz does do quite a bit of AP damage with his abilities.
Indeed,
But
Fizz starting the Doran's Blade. This is the second time I've seen an AD Fizz. Has he been changed at all to make the AD rework, more possible for Fizz? Because this is not something we'd see pre-season 5.
yeah, AD Fizz is quite interesting as his AD scales off with his auto attacks when he ults someone and it does more damage. And also his W, that also works a lot with Blade the Ruin King, which is why you might see Blade the Ruin King Triforce Rush a lot nowadays. But it's just very interesting as we see Fizz doing the race right now. He's not going directly into lane. He's trying to get that level 2, maybe teleport on the top lane.
Yeah, we see a lot of top laners actually opting for that start, going either for the Raptor camp or the Wolves when they start out, and then teleporting back into top lane with their level 2, which does give them a slightly earlier level 2 than if you were taking down the creeps alone, I believe.
Yes, it does, but as you can see, I really didn't push it fast enough. Therefore, Fizz got some extra XP, so he's going to be really ahead in lane now. Because usually, when you find your lane missing, you should push it really hard, but it is in Irelia, so or level 1, you can't push it that hard, so Fizz has lane advantage now.
And speaking of lane advantage, it looks like blue side in the bottom lane did have a decent amount of pressure, but red side reaches level 2, I guess, actually before the blue team bottom pair here, giving them a slight advantage. Now they're going to push back a little bit, despite being down below half health when it happened.
Yeah, bot lane's in a very interesting lane for me, because I do main ADC, but...
Well, that's a very nice descent from the Thresh, followed up
nice
by the Flay. Lulu might go down here. Looks like she will get safely back under that turret, however.
But that would also be exhaust downs for both supports. A very interesting trade there.
Indeed, Lulu getting caught out really wasn't great for the blue team, but she did mitigate the damage, kept her life there. Looks like she will remain in the lane with that health potion activated. Also, Irelia hammering down onto the Fizz there. She gets the stun, comes back in onto him. They're on her side of the map, so she has a decent range to actually chase him down. So going to be back into the bottom there. Graves has been gone back down to about 300 health. So the Lucian-Lulu pair still doing really well here. How do you feel that bottom lane works out? Does either support or ADC have a key advantage in this matchup?
In my opinion, it really depends on synergy and skills. Because in the bot lane, it's a very interesting lane as it's 2 against 2. So if one person gets caught out, the other has to help that person. And if one person decides to go in, the other also has to support you and go in at the same time. Otherwise, one of you might die and lose lane advantage really horribly. Oh.
Another death sentence from that Thresh, followed up by the Flay. Lulu pulled it back here, gets the Transmogrify. No, does not utilize that one. But we do see Hecarim wrapping around into the bottom lane, and Graves is very low. The connection comes in, but Graves manages to actually get out of that situation as Hecarim focuses back down onto the Thresh. Lucian gets a couple auto attacks off there as well. Will force the red side bottom lane off of their bottom lane momentarily, forcing them to recall. However, I don't think Lulu and Lucian will get a huge advantage from this Gragas making his way down into the bottom lane, looking to hold this for their team.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Graves actually had heal there he was holding, so that was a very risky play of him. Whoa.
Oh, but Fizz comes in onto the Irelia, and we actually see first blood coming out there.
Well,
Camera's only up there about 3 or 4 seconds, so I don't know how that fight was initiated, but that was a great play for the Fizz, securing the kill onto Irelia, I believe, when she came in on him.
Yeah, that's very smart of Fizz to utilize the advantage, because he has he's really good at level 3 trading with opponents most likely, but once Irelia turns level 6, she should be able to have stabilize the lane a bit. But as you can see, Irelia went for a dagger for the extra attack speed. That's very interesting.
Indeed, the longsword and the dagger start. Well, Fizz has the double Duran's blade, and of course the longsword Ruby Crystal. With longsword and Ruby Crystal, what do you think Fizz's first item is going to be here?
I think it's probably going to be a Phage into Triforce. That's most likely.
Hecarim onto this. Katarina gets a decent chunk there, but again, we are seeing the laner get away from this Hecarim jungle, not really able to secure these kills despite getting players down to below 100 health.
Yeah, Hecarim is one of those jungle champions where you have your E, but you can't really do much without your ult, and you don't have flash, so it's really hard to gap close once you use your devastating charge, and you're not level 6 yet.
Taking Taking a look down into this bottom lane, Thresh just returning after getting a little bit of vision control there. It looks like Lulu has a vision ward placed in the trap, which will take down the sight ward Thresh was hoping to utilize to their advantage.
Well, meanwhile, there's not too much things happening. Let's look at the CS leads. Bot lane is doing pretty even in terms of CS because Thresh is 6 CS compared to Lulu's 1, even though Lucian has a bit of advantage. But there's not too much happening in the game right now, other than everyone just jungling, farming, and paying their way around. But Katarina does have a roam bot that she's trying to get some kills and hopefully snowball.
Oh, Fizz comes back in on there. It looks like it's going to be not an overly effective fight, but the Aurelia ult does come out. The Fizz ult comes through, so both of them down to just below half health here. And Fizz seems to have the advantage there until the stun comes off from Aurelia. That will negate the fight. Katarina also back into the middle here. Graves, I believe, successful, clearing out the vision ward placed down from Lulu into the blue side. Tribush, meaning that red side will see this Hecarim if he tries to enter the bottom lane. A little bit of poke coming out from the Lucian there. Graves trying for initiation, gets the double shot for a little bit more damage. Thresh still waiting in the wing here, trying to stop any potential engagements. Also Lulu with full health and full mana. Careful ping coming out though down to the river as Gragas starts to roam down towards the moment. Fizz re-engages onto the Aurelia. Fizz troll pulling out there, might get a second kill here, gets the flash on the Aurelia, so the kill not secure, but he does get her flash.
Well, as you can see right now, Fizz is heavily winning top lane. In terms of CS, poke, and summoner spells, he's just really outscaling that Aurelia in terms of XP as well. Unfortunately, Aurelia doesn't have teleport and Fizz does, so Fizz can push it in and Aurelia will lose all of that.
Oh, the ultimate from the Orianna though, followed up by the Knight, does not quite get the kill onto Katarina here again, does get the flash though, and we have Gragas making his way in the moment. Death Sentence does connect onto this, could be a death sentence for her, however that Gragas ult indeed not able to connect. Lulu could find a way out still despite a big initiation from the purple side. Burns that flash as a heal come out from the Lucian. Heal did go through, but not going to be enough. Another death sentence onto this Lucian, this time followed by a Flay. Thresh taking a couple turret hits for it, but Gragas not quite in range there.
That was very unfortunate that last Graves though hit Lulu. Otherwise she would have got away with the enemy team burning a lot of resources and time.
Indeed, Lulu going down there puts the red side up 2-0 right now. And again, guys, I'm not sure we covered it as we started. The blue side is going to be I got a missed call, while the purple side in this matchup is Reddit Team 140. So far, Reddit Team 140 doing very well here. The death from that Thresh not quite long enough to connect on Lucian, but was on a target had it been in range.
Well, as we can see right now, Graves is sitting on the Doran's Blade and Boots. In my opinion, I think he's trying to save it for the BF sword, whereas Lucian has that early pickaxe. So it's going to be a very interesting fight if they do decide to.
Yeah, Graves will definitely be picking up that BF sword on his next max, about 2100 gold right now. Lucian well on his way to a BF sword as well, down only about 100 gold to that purchase.
Well, there's not too much action happening in mid lane as just a farm fast and farm war, but as you can see top lane, Fizz is constantly pushing into Aurelia and even diving on her tower and then E'ing
she
out.
comes back in on him there, gets her ult off, will chuck him down to around half health, but it's not going to be enough to really relieve the pressure the Fizz has been exerting so far. So Fizz getting about 20 farm on the Aurelia here is going to have the largest advantage in any lane, since the jungler's only one CS apart, mid laner 1 CS again, but Hecarim into the bottom lane, followed up by the Orianna. Hecarim eats a death sentence and the Flay tries to get here as Gragas comes back in. Orianna going to scare Gragas off of their potential counter initiation. Katarina returns into the mid lane. How do you feel that rotation worked out for both teams there?
I think if Katarina was a bit quicker, they could have maybe fought that 4v4, since they do have the Katarina with the resets. But then again, that was a good call by blue team to try to gank bot lane and get a kill advantage, as there are 2 kills on red team right now.
Indeed, looking at the gold score, we have about a 1500 gold lead. For the red side here, most of that gold, of course, is sitting on the Fizz. A little bit of an advantage for the Graves as well, but only about a 200 lead. over the Lucian. Looking in other lanes, Orianna is down about 70 gold to the Katarina, and the jungler's Gragas has about a 500 advantage onto Hecarim. That's going to be the result mainly of the assist he has, because he is down a tiny bit of farm right now.
There is also one slight thing I want to point out is that Gragas has gotten most of the scuttle control on the map so far. He's gotten the top Baron scuttle twice and the bottom scuttle twice as well. So I think he's doing pretty well for the Vision Ward, as he currently has a Vision Ward in his pocket right now.
Indeed, we've not really talked too much about objective control so far in this matchup. I am seeing a lot of wards, or at least a few wards, placed onto the map here, and Gragas has been doing great, taking down the Skull Crab, which gives him a little bit of gold as well, I believe, correct?
Yep, it gives you around 55 gold early, and I think it gives you more later on as it becomes tankier, but we do see a mid lane gank.
Oh, Orianna forced a flash over the wall. She does avoid the Gragas ultimate there, though, with it.
Oh, Katarina's going in.
A decent ult there from the Katarina, not quite enough to finish off Orianna. Orianna coming back in here, knows the Hecarim is in range, gets the ultimate onto Cat. That's going to be a kill for them. The first kill for the blue team. The exhaust comes out onto Graves. Well, Thresh going to end up being focused in this fight. There was Lulu and Lucian try to go ham there, not quite the effect they were looking for, but a great fight in their favor. The exhaust potentially a little bit wasted, though. Oh, that death sentence lands on Lulu. Did not expect her to walk directly. He takes a turret hit, goes down. Lucian flashes into turret range. That's going to be a kill onto him as well. A double kill for the Graves. And now a huge misplay in the bottom lane for the blue side. That one's going to cost them.
That was definitely a huge misplay by the blue side, Lucian and Lulu, as they should not have fight it, because Lulu's exhaust and ult and flash was down, and that was just a bit unfortunate that Lulu got caught by that death sentence right there, and that was truly a death sentence to her and Lucian, as Lucian got a little bit greedy there, tried to flash kill Thresh, but he didn't do that, and he didn't get away at it.
Yeah, I think he was looking to try and pick up the last hit onto Thresh and potentially exit the fight through the opposite side of the turret, but not getting the last hit on Thresh and going down to the Graves, really not the situation he wanted to be in there. Also, we're seeing Hecarim clearing out some vision control from the red side. Fizz also looking potentially for some counter jungle here, while Orianna tries to get a blue. I'm not sure when that one's respawning, though. Yeah, blue is up there. Fizz really seems to have the timer. Right. Indeed, Fizz up about 20 farm on the Aurelia. She's been doing a great job of not allowing him to grow that lead over the last 5 minutes. She is still down about 800 gold under him, though. The 20 farm and 1 kill really working in his favor. He has the Phage and the Sheen completed. They're definitely looking for that early Triforce.
Oh wow, Aurelia's doing a lot of damage to Fizz, just chunking him right down to about 350 HP.
And he got really low. It looks like she might have been able to the kill. He threw his ultimate back at her, though, and she really just stopped the engagement. Not sure if she wasn't confident going in there, since she has been down in the lane, but it looked like she could have taken that one to me. Oh, and that blue buff goes down onto the Hecarim despite Orianna coming into range. Not sure if that was intentional.
That was probably an accident, as Ori was a bit low on mana and she did walk up to blue buff. That happens sometimes, as Heck did have a red buff.
Hecarim tries to come in there onto the Katarina, while the remainder of red team seems they're going to set up onto the Dragon. Lucian throws the culling really early, forces Graves out of that fight. Looks like they did have vision around that.
Oh, and Gragas does get the smite, and he does secure that dragon for red team.
Thresh ends up going down for it. Gragas now 1 versus 4, but 1 versus 5 gets the ultimate onto 3. However, returning into the lane, Katarina and Graves are going to be in range, trying to save the Gragas. The Orianna ult followed up by a flash up from the Gragas. However, it's not enough. He does go down. That's going to almost even out the kill score here. Dragon for 2 kills, 15 to 16 minutes into the game. How do you feel kills versus dragons balance out?
I think first dragon doesn't mean too much right now. Currently, as most teams try to get 5 dragon, but to be honest, the kills went over to Ori and Aurelia, I believe.
Indeed, looks like Orianna and Aurelia both picked up a kill in that fight. Also, Hecarim coming into the middle gets the reset off of Katarina. She will jump out of the fight. Thought she was flashing momentarily, but just the mobility from Katarina making her safely exit that fight.
I think that we see a little bit of poke from Graves' buckshot right now, but nothing else too much besides some word clearing. But that dragon fight was a very interesting trade as those 2 kills did go to Ori and Irelia, which is pretty good as Irelia picked up her Triforce right now, and she is able to fight off Fizz right now, as you can see.
It seems like she has the advantage against this. Her ultimate chunking him down very effectively. He's going to troll all the way, comes back in. Looks like he actually managed to win that fight, though, reserving his kit for the use at the correct times. He does take her down with, I want to say, about 100 health remaining to himself. Hecarim back into the bone. Graves gets caught out, takes the dark passage. Hecarim comes back in, though, gets the fear, and Graves does get shut down. A great play by the blue team there. That's going to be more or less what they were looking for, aside from Hecarim taking the kill away from Lucian on that.
That was a really great play, and I think this Hecarim is doing really well focusing bot lane, because they're constantly pushing up to the middle of the lane, and it is very good to shut down, maybe to get Lucian some snowballing lead, as he does pick up that Infinity Edge right now.
So but we see Gragas happy to tank that turret. But that was a flash coming out from Orianna to make sure she got blasted the correct direction for and didn't lose her life to the Grag Assault. Also, while we were talking there, Fizz secured the top lane outer turret of himself, but really onto the Katarina there, though, and that's going to be enough to even out the kill score. We're now sitting at 5-5, though 1 dragon and 1 turret in favor of the purple side.
Once again, this is a very close game. It's very well thought out, and the plays are very interesting from both sides, as they tend to surprise me a lot. But what's even more surprising is Fizz's build.
Indeed, Fizz going for a tank item here, looking to try and keep himself alive against Zero, since she's dishing out a huge amount of damage here. They have both completed their Triforce. It seems like he has, or still has, a gold advantage over her, but she has not allowed that really to grow. She's keeping it around the 800 gold mark for the last 10 minutes of the game.
Oh, we see the death sentence landing on the Lulu, and the play. But that will be Thresh going down, I believe.
Oh, Hecarim comes in from the side. Hecarim coming into the bottom lane really effectively now. We saw his first 2 ganks really not work out for his team, as Graves and Katarina managed to get safely under the turret. However, the last 2 or 3 ganks coming in from this Hecarim, he's now sitting 3-0-2.
Yeah, as you can tell right now, Gragas' ganks aren't as successful as Hecarim's ganks right now.
Oh, Graves and the Gragas trying to pick up the kill onto Lulu. Graves ends up going down. The Grag Assault comes out, though Fizz could have what it takes to take down the Lucian. The ultimate comes out. That will be enough. Gragas has been saved by that teleport. Carries a decent chunk out of the Orianna there, but it looks like she's going to be waiting for some cooldowns here. Taking a look down the scoreboard, Fizz does about that 20 farm lead in the mid lane. Orianna's actually picked up a 12 farm lead over the Katarina, and Lucian has about a 15 farm lead over the Graves. So seeing the red side pick up the first few kills there, have a slight advantage throughout the earlier parts of the game. Seeing it now evened out in blue side with a farmer advantage, this is a bit of a turnaround.
Well, Darkherbs, for this game to being this close, which team do you think has the upper advantage if during the next team fight, do you think there will be one team that is really ahead in team fighting?
I think that actually, as we get later in the game, blue side is going to continue to really come together, as they do have the Aurelia and Hecarim, both capable tanks, as well as Lulu, who's going to be great at stopping the all-in coming out from the Graves, the Fizz, and the Katarina. While purple side doesn't really have a solid tank on their team and could be a detriment, as we see games go past that 30-40 minute mark, it really becomes a tank game.
Well, as we were talking about, there was a quick gank from Aurelia and Orianna going on to Katarina, but unfortunately the command shockwave was missing just by like a slight inch. Otherwise that would have been the kill on Katarina.
Oh, Lucian doing a lot of damage to Graves here, might secure the first turret for his team. Throwing in the culling here, going to be really quick to clear out that minion wave. And Graves is stuck behind this turret. Gragas looked like he might have been heading towards the bottom, but blue side does have great vision control. Lucian, not quite able to secure the kill onto the Graves. That will be the turret.
And yes, it will. That was a If Lucian got one crit there, that might have been a kill, but that is Lucian's flash down to Graves' heal down.
Indeed, but 3 members of the red team around this dragon pit and looking potentially for their second dragon. It should be contested with Hecarim, Lucian, and Lulu all on the bottom side of the map. Orianna making her way down as well as drops Sleeper, clears out some vision from the red team. And again, guys, red team 140 on the red side with team I got a missed call on the blue side.
Well, right now, blue team seems to be starting the dragon, and Lulu does get hooked by that death sentence, and she will be going down as she does not have time.
Oh, Katarina gets the reset there. Lucian goes really low as well, but Hecarim comes in trying to make the difference. Lucian end up 1 versus 5. Dragon still not about 15, 100 remaining. Hecarim goes down. Fizz picks up the kill. Aurelia now all by herself. 5 members of the red team remaining. That's going to be an ace and a free dragon for the red side.
That was a huge turnaround, and red team does have a huge lead right now. He has about a 3k gold lead.
Yeah, we go from about a 1,000, maybe a tiny bit less gold difference. Even in kills, even in turrets, only the 1 dragon really being the difference there to red side, cleaning up that team fight. The tanks on blue side really not mattering as much as they could quite yet in this game. The ace is going to result in that dragon, and it looks like 2 turrets for red team 140. They have, you know, a strong team here. They have a lot of damage and a lot of coordination. I've seen this team do very well in the past. So seeing them come out, win that dragon fight, allowing their opponent to set up for it, it kind of seems like it was baited.
Well, as you can see, that was a very, very nice setup by red team for that fantastic fight. It basically got them a dragon, 5 kills, and 2 turrets, and lots of free farm for Fizz top. And basically, right now, red team is just really far ahead in terms of XP, level, gold, map vision, and just basically map control.
Yeah, it goes from a really even game to red side having the advantage again. About a 5,000 goal lead after both those turrets and all the farm goes through. Blue team trying to get themselves back onto the map. I mean, they've worked themselves back into the lead from behind not too long ago. We'll see if they can do it again here.
Well, as from my past experience, comebacks are very possible during the late game. So it will. Blue team may be behind, but they do have a decent team comp, as Aurelia does scale pretty hard during the late games.
Indeed, Aurelia and Hecarim take down the top lane outer turret though, so only the mid turrets being the real difference as far as turret objective control. But those 2 dragons being in favor of the red side do give them, I believe, a little bit of a damage advantage at this point. That is, the second dragon buff is damage, correct?
I believe so.
I know the third one is movement speed. That's the only one I can ever actually remember, aside from the 5th, where everything just gets tripled.
Yeah, the second one is 15% damage to towers and buildings.
Indeed, so that second dragon's actually playing really well into their mid lane siege after the ace.
And yes, they are, as we just see Thresh clearing both wards that Lulu put there, with that pink ward on the side of the bush there as well.
Oh, Lulu almost getting spotted out there. Sees the Thresh drop the sideboard, decides to use her sleeper to keep this pixel bush clean. But Thresh comes back, seeing it taken away, throws the distance. Lulu's going to eat another one there, and that's going to be another Lulu death.
It's never good when Katarina gets some kills, as she will get lots of resets during the team fight and potentially melt your team before the fight even starts.
Yeah, seeing the Katarina 3-2-1 is a little bit surprising. Fizz actually picking up most of the kills for his team. Both of those champions, though, very hyper carry, very snowball potential. So, seeing 6 kills onto Fizz is great for the team, but seeing not so many onto the Katarina, a tiny bit of a surprise for me.
The special build coming from Fizz is also very surprising, as you tend to see either full tank Fizz or, well, let's talk about the fight right now at top lane.
Indeed, Aurelia popping her ult here, trying to get the Fizz off her. It seems like he does have an advantage. Orianna coming in, but they're not going to be too far behind with additional support. Looks like Hecarim and Katarina are going to end up fighting that. Fizz ends up going down without the Aurelia going down. Hecarim is doing a decent amount of damage on the Katarina, making the right calls there, splitting up the Fizz and the Katarina, not letting them get close enough to do the damage they need to take down or focus down onto any one team member.
That was just a common mistake of Fizz overextending without too much vision over there, as they basically have no vision in the top blue side jungle, and basically Fizz overextended for to push that one last wave, and that resulted in the shutdown of him and giving free 500 gold to over, I
I'm not
believe,
sure who picked
Irelia.
up that kill. It may have been the Aurelia, it may have been the Oriana. Hecarim was chasing down the Katarina, so it definitely didn't go to him. But unfortunately, I didn't quite catch who picked up the last hit.
Oh, it was Oriana that picked up that 500 gold, so that will be good for blue side, since she is picking up that death cap right from that last base.
Indeed, with Morellonomicon and the Rabadon's complete, she has a Blasting Wand as well. What do you think the third item here is going to end up being for this Oriana?
I think she might build a Void Staff as Fizz and Gragas is getting Spirit Visage.
Indeed, Void Staff probably going to be a great item for. We are seeing the Void Staff already onto this Katarina, opting to start with the Abyssal Scepter Void Staff, building
Well,
into a Haunting
Graves is
Guise
getting
here
caught
as
up a
well.
bit.
Indeed, Hecarim trying to close that gap, gets the displacement there, but Graves takes a long-range Dark Passage and gets himself to safety. Dragon also not up for another 50 seconds. Looks like blue team trying to get control of the Dragon area. We are seeing a lot of blue or purple side wards placed on the lower half of the river and around the mid portion of the map. Purple side coming in to make some action happen, trying to force blue side off of their siege onto this mid lane turret. This is the last outer turret remaining on the map. Hecarim engages onto the Gragas while Thresh looks to back, throws the Dark Passage though. Will get Gragas out of that fight. They're going to wrap back around from in behind their mid lane inner turret. Aurelia has been forced off into the top lane, looking to relieve some pressure. Fizz comes in, a full ham 1 versus 4. His team trying to get caught up, but the way Fizz is itemized, he's not going to really be punished for that when Hecarim does come back and catches out the Gragas. Lucian trying to chunk down Gragas. Gragas also, apologize. Hecarim coming back in. Fizz comes back into the fight. The play comes out from the Thresh. Thresh going to take an Oriana ult to the face as long as the Fizz comes into that as well. Desmond comes back out. Hecarim ends up being the first to go down. No, the third to go down. So we have 3 kills for both sides at almost the same time. For that Fizz still the 200 health, trying to come back in. Gragas flashes back in on the Oriana while Lucian tries to come down. Gragas trying to get a kill before he goes down, but it's not going to be quite enough. A 4 for 3 trade overall there, but Fizz is, I was going to say, Enraged has actually recalled the mid lane inner turret. Will go down, but Fizz teleporting back out might be able to catch the Oriana. Indeed, his home guards are going to be more than his Oriana flashing away though, comes back in. The jukes are not enough though. Fizz comes back in, picks up that kill, makes it a 4 for 4 trade. However, blue side did secure that mid lane outer turret. Do you think that was a good fight for blue? They're still down 5 kills. They're still down 1 turret. Of course, still down those 2 dragons. And Dragon is back on the map, but taking down the last outer turret, they're only down that 1 mid inner turret. How do you feel that really worked out? Going even for kills, picking up the turret, being down about only 2,000 gold now.
I think that fight was pretty neutral. It didn't help either team too much, as it you could say it sort of delayed their snowball advantage for red side, so that could be a slight advantage for blue team, as it did slow down Fizz from getting bigger, as he did.
Oh, red side doesn't have the vision here. Hecarim taking down the Krug camps while Fizz and Thresh try to initiate onto the red. Thresh missing the flay on Hecarim, and it looks like Fizz and Thresh will exit that fight, not trying to actually capitalize on Hecarim being by himself there. Lucian does come in to assist while Oriana and Lulu remain in the mid lane. Also before that fight, we did see the third dragon going down, a 2-team Reddit team 140.
Well, as you can see right now, blue team is prioritizing the armor with the Thornmail second item Aurelia. That's actually very surprising, as you tend to see Randuin or Blade of the Rune King second item.
Indeed, the Aurelia with the Thornmail is an interesting choice for her. Not as much AD damage on the purple side as you would really suspect from having her go Thornmail.
Oh, as you see, Hecarim's giving blue to Ori. Hopefully she can grab it this time, and yes, she does.
That may actually be Oriana's first blue this matchup, I believe.
Yes, it is, indeed.
For not getting a lot of blue, she's still doing really well. She's up about 30 farm on the Katarina and maintaining a fairly even KDA with her. May actually be ahead with all of those assists.
Yes, she may. Yes, she's about 900 gold ahead of Katarina. Very interesting as it's from her CS being ahead and those extra 4 assists as well. But we are getting into a fight here. The death sentence missing, or that could have been the start of a very dramatic, devastating fight.
That's a rather large minion wave down in the bottom. It's going to be quickly cleared out by the blue side. We do have 5 members of both teams in this lane. The culling comes out a little bit early, not going to be quite as effective as the Lucian was looking for. Hecarim going a full hand, potentially overextending a tiny bit there, but they're going to catch out the Fizz. Fizz trying to troll pull back in Death Sentence, ends up connecting onto, I believe that's Lucian. No, it's going to be Orianna taking the Death Sentence. Hecarim and Aurelia trying to chunk down on, I believe, to the Fizz there. Thresh coming back in a second time. Lulu ends up going down as Katarina comes back in. Graves finally gets cut of their
Aurelia
1-for-1 train so far. Aurelia overtaking there a tiny bit. Will take Ignite. Does remain alive moments long enough to get that assist. Katarina goes down in the fight again. 2 for 2 so far. Hecarim getting a really low. Gragas trying to secure the kill while Thresh goes down to the Orianna. Gragas misses the barrel toss. Tries the body slam. Can't quite connect onto the Hecarim, but he does get the smite to finish the deal. A great play there by the
Lucian
Gragas.
is chasing Fizz right now as he wants more of those kills.
But
that will be Fizz getting away.
Really effectively to get the distance between him and Lucian grown. A bit of troll pull and the dash, really effective in gaining distance between yourself and your opposition, or closing that distance, depending which way you're going.
This Aurelia has a very unique build, I would say, one of a kind. Warmog's 3rd item after the Thornmail. But it could be proven to be effective as she did zone out and almost kill. She did kill Graves in the end, but she did leave Graves hanging out in the corner back there in the last fight. So basically, they had red team had no ADC thanks to Aurelia almost killing Graves instantly due to that Thornmail that Graves was hitting.
Indeed, looking back up at this scoreboard here, I think the Aurelia's Thornmail may actually be playing fairly well, but we did see Graves end up being the first champion to go down on the red side in that last team fight.
Yeah, again, as you can see right now, Graves doesn't have any slight amount of armor penetration as he's going for that Bloodthirster next. I personally would have maybe went for a Last Whisper, but that's really up to your personal preference as he won't be dealing too much damage to Hecarim as he just picked up his Frozen Heart, and that's quite a bit of armor for an ADC.
Indeed, with Aurelia and Hecarim both having major armor items completed, the Graves might have a little bit of difficulty. However, Lulu, she actually doesn't take this, so it's not going to matter as 4 members of Red Team are going to converge on the extended Lulu. She will go down there.
And that will also be Fizz chasing down Orianna, but
Lucian's going to be in range to try to assist her. Hecarim trying to come in here as well. We could see a team fight breaking up, but it looks like neither side really wanting to make the engagement there.
Yeah, that was a slight mistake on Lulu, as you can tell the score she is 0-8. Basically, most of her deaths have been her trying to control vision over there on the enemy jungle, but she does, unfortunately, it could be bad luck, it could be just some really bad timing that whenever she tries to get vision control, there's always 3 or 4 members from red side over there ready to collapse on her.
Yeah, seeing Thresh sitting 0-4-14. He's been doing really well. There has a lot of assists for his team. That's around a 60-70% kill participation. So a lot of Lulu's deaths have been landed death sentences. I've seen at least 4 of them be the result of death sentence connecting. So again, that is unfortunate for the Lulu.
Yes, it will be Fizz face checking that bush and finding Orianna. That will be the Fizz though going in and
gonna completely ignore this turret though. Troll pulls himself to say he will pick up that kill despite nearly taking 4 turret hits in that engagement. We're seeing the tank Fizz build actually working out to his favor. Spirit Visage and the Frozen Heart on top of a Trinity Force. Fizz is not really concerned about taking turret hits.
Well, as right now over on the bot side, this will be the 4th dragon for Red Team unless he can cull it away.
The culling drums out, but it's not going to be enough. Gragas does get that smite there. We're now seeing 4 dragons to 0 for the pro side. That's going to be the result of a very, very strong objective control from them. We're also seeing, I believe, ward control from them as well. Seeing about 7 or 8 wards placed down by their team compared to, I believe, 3 I can count from the blue side. I'm looking at 5 actually, 2 up in the upper half of the jungle there going down.
Right now, for blue team, they have a huge decision to make. They either have to ward around Dragon and group up there and let Fizz split push and perhaps even take their inner turret and their top inhibitor turret for next fight, or or they have to give up Dragon and send 2 or 3 people to collapse on Fizz. So it's gonna be a tough decision.
Indeed, Fizz sitting 10-1-5, and with that much beef, it's going to take a lot to take him down. Looks like Graves will be picking up another red buff for himself here. Aurelia looking for control around the Baron Pit. She will take down the Scuttle Crab. Thresh looking for vision control as well. Drops the Visite Ward directly on top of the Scuttle Crab. We're seeing another red side ward come out onto the blue side of it. However, the sweeper comes through, but the death that connects all the ward will go down nonetheless. Another one coming out here, and another sweeper coming out to clear that out as well.
Yeah, right now, Red Team's doing a really smart play as they are around 4k gold ahead, and they're basically controlling the Baron vision area, so they could perhaps set up a situation where they could collapse on the blue team when they face check, or maybe even rush Baron themselves.
Yeah, speaking of that Baron, looks like the red side will actually engage onto it. Thought they were going to set up wait for the blue team and look for that first pick, but Baron's going to go down really quickly, down to half health, down to a quarter health. Aurelia does come into range. Graves trying to get himself away. Katarina gets shrunk down, but has the Zonias. The culling going to be completely negated from the Katarina does end up going down. Nonetheless, Baron going to remain on the map, still doing a damage to the Gragas and Thresh. The Baron will reset while Katarina again has gone down here, but Orianna goes down to the Fizz. Fizz in this fight is fairly large, but taking a large amount of damage as well. He does go down. Gragas trying to body slam out over that wall. However, I'm going to try and close this gap. The box, or the cask I should say, comes out. Rest clearing out a blue side. A side where Aurelia re-engaging on to the Gragas. Hecarim coming in as well. That will be an assist for Hecarim if they can get the last hit. Body slam comes through. Lucian dashes in, gets the double hit. The cask comes back out. Gragas finally goes down to the Aurelia. Red side wards coming out all around this Baron Pit. Thresh getting more wards at their Graves. I think making the right call here. Split pushing down the mid lane. Gonna get a little bit of turret pressure. Teleport will come out from the Aurelia, though he will be forced off of that initiative. Gets about half of its health, though.
I think Graves will be taken down here. Yes, it will, and that will also be blue team taking up the Baron Asher, as it wasn't taken down last fight.
Indeed,
unless Thresh can steal it with the legendary death sentence, but it's a very slim chance that could happen.
You know, I've actually pulled that one off once, but we're not going to see it happen here. That's actually a blue side Baron, which is going to be really big for them. They're now down only 4 kills, down by a turret. They're up by 100 gold, despite being down by 4 dragons in this game. Blue side is still in this.
And a bit of a comeback I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, that was definitely a misplay by the red side, engaging onto Baron. I think they were just a tiny bit too overconfident.
Yeah, that was a bit of a misplay on that shot calling right there, as if you look on the blue team, they are really good at fighting in jungle areas, as they do have the Oreo, the Hecarim ult, and the Lucian ult to lock them down in the Baron Pit, and they were taking quite a bit of Baron damage, and they were taken down in the end, as you could see from that last fight.
Looking for vision control here, will clear out the vision ward, meaning she knows she's been spotted there. At the very least, will make her way back towards her. Is going to be supported by the Lucian and the Orianna. Fizz making his way up into the top half of the map, drops a sight ward into the tribe, which looks to recall here. I'm not sure if him versus Aurelia would go into either side's favor at this point, though he does have a very impressive score. Has completed his Blade of the Rune King here finally, so he's going to have a little bit more damage as well.
Well, as you can see on the itemization on both ADCs, they don't have a single defense item, either of them. They're both trying to rush Last Whisper because both teams have a very strong frontline tank that consists of a lot of armor. So it is basically a game of where everybody's trying to take down each other.
Indeed, I thought the red side wouldn't have enough beef coming into the late portion of the game, but seeing a Fizz with the Spear Visage and the Person Heart with another Chainmail complete as well. Greg is with the Visage, the ROA, and a Chainmail, and then the Thresh for a little bit of additional tank as well. It seems like we have both sides with 2 full tanks for themselves.
Well, as you can tell, Dragon is coming up in around 40 seconds right now, counting down. And it may or may not be the final fight of, as if one team aces one another, they could push mid and end the game.
Indeed, as we have passed the 40-minute mark here, an ace could quickly result in the end of the game occurring. Blue side looking to not let that 5th dragon stack go down onto the red side, but red side going to realize blue team is set up for a dragon defense push down to the mid lane. They might be able to take down this turret, however blue side is converging behind them. It will be a pitch with Hecarim coming in full speed. The sapling, no, what is spinning on the ground? Oh,
the smoke screen.
Smoke screen, that's the name of it from the grave. It's just the animation confusing me there for a second. I apologize, guys. Thought he threw a sprinkler.
The pool party grave skin with the sprinkler smoke screen.
Yeah.
There we go again.
I don't know how I've not noticed that before. Oh my. Alright, another cast coming out there onto the Aurelia. However, Aurelia connects onto Gragas. You're going to leave thrashing Gragas in a pretty rough position. Hecarim coming in onto the grave. So Fizz trying to kick the Hecarim off. Hecarim goes down to the Gragas. A little bit of an overextension there, but it's going to cost Gragas. Life Dragon also being used for a little bit of additional damage. Graves does go down, and next Zhonya's coming out from a high. Madison, a third kill going through for the blue team. A really big fight for them there.
And that will be a 3 for 1, I believe, for the blue team.
Indeed, and they pick up their first dragon of the game here. They have an advantage for the next 40 seconds until the Graves, Gragas, and Fizz come back up. Looks they will be trying to secure this bottom lane inner turret.
That was very, very well played by that blue team. As you can see, Hecarim was sacrificing himself, jumping into Fizz and Graves to take Graves and Fizz out of the fight so his team could kill their whole team.
Oh, Aurelia engages under the turret, forces the Zhonya's out of the academy, face tanking this laser, though we see the Lucian become unstoppable. They are trying for this bottom lane inhibitor. It looks like they're not quite going to have to push them, but they pick up the kill on Academy. She will be out of the fight for the next minute here, while Gragas and Graves come back. I mean, it will be 4 versus 5 for a little bit.
The thing about late game is that Lucian really starts to outscale Graves right about now. Because Graves is mostly a burst champ with his buckshot and his collateral damage. And with Aurelia being so tanky, along with Hecarim, I don't think he can burst anyone too much, as he can't even get close to Lucian and Ori to burst them. He's always going to be taken down by the Thornmail Aurelia, who just face plants right into him.
Indeed, at the late point in the game, Graves not having the greatest range there might be a bit of a problem from not being able to dish out quite the damage he needs to take down the Hecarim and the Aurelia. Especially with Lulu there to assist them. I mean, you need a lot of damage to cut through the tanks at this late point in the game.
Well, it's still a very close game. It could be anyone's game right now, as Baron is spawning in 1 minute 30, and the red side does have 4 dragons picked up, and they are looking to get the next dragon. But
Indeed, blue side was very successful securing that 5th dragon away from them, however. So we'll see with dragon in deck, I believe about 3 to 4 minutes still until it respawns. Baron will be the next objective coming up, aside from the turrets and of course vision control, which is that hidden objective everybody needs to work on a little bit.
Well, Dark, do you see what I see on Lucian's build?
I see a scrying orb and a sheen. Looks like he might be going for the Trinity Force there for the little bit of additional magic damage. Or what else does Sheen build into? I guess we have Iceborne Gauntlet potentially for a little bit of from armor, a little bit of HP, and the AoE damage from that.
It's probably Trinity Force, but it's a really, really bad 6 item, as there is no power spike.
Indeed, he is sitting 6-3-11, though we'll see if it's even going to matter. They secure this mid lane inner turret. Hecarim goes full ham, takes a little bit of damage from the inhibitor. It seems like blue side has actually taken control of this game, despite the red team having the early advantage, having the advantage to at least the 30-minute mark here. Blue side still down by 1 kill. They are up about 5,000 gold, however. Hecarim goes back and takes the death in his head. He is so tanked despite being 1 versus 4. Oh, Lucian comes in against it, but it looks like Graves does have the burst take him down in the 1 versus 1. Katarina is there looking to take down the Lulu. However, she gets crowd controlled. Lulu does end up going down as Katarina jumps out of that fight. Hecarim is still at half health in a 3 versus 3 fight against her. Fizz at full health, however, going to come back in and start taking a little bit, no, a lot of damage as Zonya's will come out again from High Atlas onto the Orianna. Orianna goes down, but has the Guardian Angel, as Jordan was just saying. Then Hecarim is somehow with about 1,000 health remaining still in this fight. Gragas also going down there as Aurelia chunks down a huge amount more damage. Fizz trying to recall, get himself back to that pit, come back in full health, keep the inhibitor alive somehow. However, I believe this will be the first inhibitor and first inhibitor going down momentarily.
Well, as you can see that fight, blue team does have the superior comp as Graves did take down Lucian, so it was a 5v4 for a second there until Graves got taken down instantly by Aurelia and Hecarim.
Indeed, and we do see that inhibitor going down, but purple side with huge pressure in both the top and bottom lanes. That might be enough minions to secure themselves an inner turret. Indeed, the bottom lane inner does go down. I mean, it looks like top lane will be safe. Hecarim making his way out into that lane while Aurelia recalls from behind the Baron pit. And if you know, Baron is back on the map. Dragon back up in about a minute and a half here as well.
Well, even though red team lost that fight quite a bit, if they do manage to secure that 5th dragon or Baron, that could be an extremely huge turnaround for them, and they could potentially win the game off of that 5th dragon. Well, Fizz is hiding, but he doesn't know that Lulu's right beside Lucian, and that actually may be Lucian.
Oh, the Fizzle ends up landing onto the Lulu, not who he was aiming for at all there. The exhaust comes out onto the Fizzle in a 2 versus 1. It seems like Fizz will have enough to take down the Lucian, but the Oriana comes in to assist Lulu, and Lucian, Fizz, goes down for his efforts there. A 1-for-1 trader brawl, and look at these death timers, 75 seconds these summoners are down for.
So, well, as you can see in top lane, Hecarim is jumping onto Graves, and Graves will be able to take down Hecarim. Yep, and oh my, Katarina, I think.
Yeah,
yep, Katarina will be taken down.
So a 2-for-2 trade overall. Gragas needs to X this fight if he does not want to leave his team at a big disadvantage. Thresh trying to recall what Graves looks for the top lane. Inner turret, but the Oriana comes out. Gragas ends up going down there. Blue team might have enough to finish this unless Graves begins to recall. I mean, as he does start to recall, cancels the recall though. Blue team gonna make their way back in, pinging out. The Graves are not sure how they're gonna mitigate these glitches. With only Thresh left to defend the Nexus, I believe this could be a blue side victory.
Going down onto Aurelia.
First Nexus turret getting shut down does go down. Thresh down to half health. Graves finally back in this fight. Gonna focus here. Gonna be a huge mistake from him. She does have Guardian Angel. Needs to stay on the other 2 first. Try and really stop the damage. But the second Nexus turret down to half health. Aurelia comes in full ham on the Graves. Graves goes back down. That's going to be the game in favor of I Got a Missed Call from York.
Very, very well played game by both sides.
Indeed, quite an impressive victory there. I was quite happy with the matchup we got to see for round 1. I don't get to see impressive matchups like that in round 1 very often. Normally we see those, coming up towards the semifinals and the finals matches, but very well played by both sides there. And I'm actually not going to have my client glitch here for once. We get to see our end game screen. Blue team wins.
And yes, it will be as some of you may remember in the beginning of the game, red team was ahead by 3 or 4k gold, and in the end, blue team manages to turn it around and even win the game. A very slick, and that I believe that was a slight mistake on Graves too, trying to push the top tower, as maybe he could have defended it in time for Fizz's return.
Alright, so I'm just looking for my invite into our round 2 game here in Jordan. I believe you were just joining me for one matchup here this evening, though you are welcome to join me for round 2 as well, should you decide to.
Yeah, I think I can do one more match.
Alright, so we should be getting invites into the lobby here momentarily. Again, guys, heading into round 2 of play, the quarterfinals for tonight's Not So Stock Gaming Semi-Pro bracket tournament, and also with 2 no-shows in round 1 of play. 2 teams losing their matches. The first 2 teams losing their matches in the quarterfinals here will make their way into the secondary bracket tournament, so there will be a slight delay before the secondary bracket can be released for everybody, as we do need 8 teams qualified into that, and no shows and disqualifications cannot, unfortunately, be added into that event. Alright, so I have contacted Link, a summoner from the blue side in that last match of the TM. I got a missed call from your. Looks like I do have my invite here. But the comment I saw from him was those AP runes and masteries. So embarrassing. Link was the Lucian on the winning team. They're apparently coming into that game with the wrong runes and masteries, but still doing fairly well.
Well, it's very unfortunate that when you get into a competitive game and you have, especially when you have AP runes on an AD champion or AD runes on a mid laner, that could make you fall behind very much and maybe even lose your lane. But Lucian did do fine that game.
Indeed, the Lucian played that one really well. Had a fairly impressive score by the end, though it did seem like he was struggling a little bit during the early portions of the game. So his items really being the difference there, and his skill level, of course, as opposed to the early game runes and masteries, where that's where I find they play the most into your game. We do have both sides slowly making their way into the room, and Jordan has made his way into that spectator slot with me, so we are good to go as soon as both teams are ready, and I do believe our other 3 round 2 quarterfinal games are currently underway already, as this was the last round 1 game that we were following, and that got itself concluded. I apologize, the round 1 game we chose to follow, or were forced to follow, however you want to describe the startup of tonight's event, was the last game to actually conclude in that round. So this is going to be the last game starting in round 2 of Flaming. Those other round 2 games have already gotten themselves starting. And again, guys, a semi-pro tournament from Not So Stock Gaming. This is your host, Dark Corpse, and I'm joined tonight for a couple rounds by Jordan. I believe I will be joined later on by Brick Panzer as well. So we're just waiting for one more summoner here, guys, and then we'll be into round 2 of play. Looking forward to our first pick and ban phase of the evening. As anybody who wasn't following us during the very beginning of our event, we had picked a round 1 game to follow. However, one of those teams decided they weren't able to play, and we weren't able to replace them, meaning their opponents did advance, and we, of course, didn't have a game to stream in round 2 quite yet, so we kept ourselves going with a different round 1 game, and all those matchups had already gotten themselves started, so we had to enter that through the other mechanics of just generally spectating, and then we missed the pick and ban phase there. But again,
Well,
into round 2 here. Looks like we're waiting on one more summoner still from the blue side.
our first game was a very interesting and well thought out match for the first match of the night, and luckily this time we made it into the tournament lobby, so we will be able to follow pick by pick and ban by ban, and hopefully commentate on some of the action going on in Champion Select.
Indeed, and I'm kind of glad we actually had that little bit of a hiccup at the beginning, as we got to follow a great match in round 1 between I got a missed call and Reddit Team 140. Reddit Team 140, of course, I've seen do fairly well in previous events, so having them defeated in round 1 and trying as hard as they were clearly trying there. It was a really high caliber match, so looking forward to the continuing matches here as we move forward towards our finals this evening.
Well, we should be getting into match shortly as we just see people talking about Bard.
Indeed. Just discussing their potential bans there, apparently saying, don't ban out my champions. Hopefully, not actually giving away the champions they're playing. Don't ban Brad. That's not Bard. The newest champion of the league. New random names here. We do have that 5th summoner from the blue side, so we have all 10 summoners available into the lobby here. We'll be heading into our pick and ban phase momentarily. Alright, so Jordan, actually, as we get into this round 2 game, it sounds like Brick will be replacing me, so you get to do this matchup with Brick Panzer while I take a quick break. But until he comes back down, I shall be remaining here to assist you. Alright, looks like both teams are ready to go here, so we're going to be into champion selection momentarily. Alright, and here we go, looking for the first band to come out.
And it will be a Hecarim ban. Irelia ban over on the purple side.
Indeed, seeing Hecarim banned out, really not surprising after that game. Sorry, after that last game, though I guess it was actually played by the team that banned it. Indeed, the Hecarim was played by the blue side here in the last match. I was seeing Aurelia. The Aurelia definitely a targeted ban there.
Well, as we also see Rek'Sai coming out as she is a very strong jungler, as she was mentioned earlier in the LCS, how she offers a free teleport as a jungler with her ult.
Yes, that global ultimate from the Rek'Sai gets me every time when it goes off.
And over on the purple side, we do see them banning out a very popular jungler right now, the Sejuani, who is a very strong and powerful late game skirmish jungler, who really actually scales really hard.
Yeah, a lot of junglers being banned out. From this matchup, we are seeing Nautilus banned out as well. I mean, what lanes or what positions do you feel Nautilus can play? I've only ever really seen him as either the jungler or the support player.
It's very interesting because today I saw a Nautilus support in the LCS, and that wasn't too surprising, but it's interesting to see something like that. But I think Nautilus can generally go jungle support or maybe top sometimes, depending
Yeah,
on the matchup.
I may have seen him top in the past, but it's been quite a while. But I do agree he could potentially play into that role, and we're also seeing Orianna as the last ban here. I believe we saw Orianna played by I got a missed call in the last round. So Aurelia and Orianna, both of those targeted bans, taking away the top and mid lane champions they played in round 1.
As Blue side does have the first pick. Oh, it will be the Lee Sin. Very interesting first pick.
We have a lane Sin here showing the flash teleport clearly not their jungler.
And as we are seeing, there are very fast lock-ins by both teams. Within 3 seconds, they both press in the lock-in button. They are very confident in their pick, definitely.
Indeed, seeing the Vi and Annie picked up, of course, with Lee Sin taken away and so many junglers banned out, I feel like the only real choices there were probably Jarvan 4 or Vi, if you're going for standard junglers. Also seeing a Nasus locked in here. Nasus likely to be the top laner, though we could see him in the jungle. I do suspect that will be a Lee Sin jungle. Morgana also being hovered over here, potential support or mid lane pick for the blue side.
Either way, Morgana's Black Shield, her E is a very good shield against Vi and Annie stuns, as it does stop the Vi for your ADC.
Indeed, just waiting those last. She's gonna see if CJ and his chopper will lock in the Morgana. And indeed, I believe that does go through, handing things over to Tempered Fury and Quail Mania to select their champions.
And we see Quillmania hovering over the silver pick, which generally is played and picked a lot with a Vi comp, as it does offer that team movement speed buff.
And did you see a lot of Sivir coming out lately? One of my personal favorites for ADC, Sivir and Caitlyn, my all-time favorite picks into that role. However, we don't see them picked up, or at least we didn't see them picked up for a long time, as there were more mobile champions that seemed to have the preference.
Yeah, right now the ADC role in meta is very unique, as it really goes between, do you want the team the team pressure, the late game pressure, or the mid game pressure, as Corky Graves does fall in the mid game, Sivir does fall in the global, and Lucian, Tristana, Jinx does fall in the late game. So it's a very interesting pick, as Sivir does generally prioritize the team comp a lot.
Indeed, and we are seeing Cho'Gath locked in there with a Vi already picked up. I will believe it's going to be a Cho'Gath for their top lane, though he could be mid lane as well. We'll see what the last pick ends up being for the pro team here. Ziggs is actually being hovered over by Centennial on I Got a Missed Call. Again, guys, this matchup going to be I Got a Missed Call on the blue side, and Everlasting Vendetta on the purple side.
That will be a very confident Vayne locking into the Sivir Annie pick.
Indeed, we saw Link playing Lucian during the last round of play and did it fairly well with Vayne. Fairly similar mechanics, at least as far as I'm concerned, but I believe a little bit more squishy and a little bit more damage potential.
Yes, she is. She is a very strong champion late game. She can dash around and juke everyone. But then again, it requires a lot more mechanics than Lucian, as there's a lot more mistakes you can make as Vayne, as you do have to most likely auto attack reliant compared to Lucian, where you combo for your Q, your spells, and your ult.
Indeed, Sivir has a decent. Wait, we're talking about Sivir or Vayne here? I blanked out there for half a second. I apologize.
Oh, I was just talking about how Vayne's early game isn't as strong as Sivir, but her late game is stronger than Sivir, basically.
No, so we're talking about both. I was mostly on topic, at least. And I apologize, Jordan. Brick has returned here, so I'm going to be handing things. I was going to say over to him, but this last summoner going to end up dropping out here, so we will be restarting the lobby. We'll have the same picks, same bans. They can randomize the bans if they really want to, as long as none of the champions that were selected end up getting banned away. Should be a fairly quick pick and ban phase, and we'll be into our champion selection. No, into our spectator delay period before we get ourselves onto the Rift. But again, I'm going to be handing things over to Brick Panzer, so our casters for this matchup will be Brick Panzer as well as Jordan, and I shall return as we conclude this matchup, do a little bit more Master of Ceremonies things, as I tend to do, and potentially cast the next matchup with Brick myself, depending on whether Jordan decides he wants to do one more game or not this evening. So again, Jordan, handing things over to Brick Panzer here. Just be 1 second while he takes the headset. It's going to be up to you guys as this matchup gets restarted.
Hello everybody, this is Brick Panzer, glad to join you guys. I unfortunately did not witness this pick and ban phase, but I'm going to trust that both teams will continue with the same.
Well, hello Brick, nice to have you join us tonight.
Hey, good to have you with us as well. I'm excited. First time casting with a diamond level player should be exciting.
I have a quick question. It's the same pick and bans, right?
Indeed it is. Were there anything switched there?
They did not ban Rengar.
They did not ban
Yes,
Rengar.
They did not ban Rengar.
And was Rengar selected on the opposite team?
No.
So as long as they have the same picks, everything should be fine.
Okay.
As long as there's no funny business. I do remember seeing Kha'Zix, Nasus, Ziggs, Morgana, indeed. There's the Vi. That should be exciting. Vi, of course, is banned a ridiculous amount lately. She just is that top tier jungler super threat. Fairly easy mechanic, so therefore can be deadly at all elos.
Yeah, just before Dark left off of us from before the dodge happened, we were talking about the Vayne pick into the Sivir.
Oh, indeed, that spell shield definitely going to affect the condemn. Does the spell shield affect the silver bolts being true damage?
Nope.
No.
It's just the auto attack proc, so yeah, it does not.
So definitely going to be saving that for the condemn. Alrighty,
But we are heading into the game right here, but we do have the spectators delay.
Indeed, indeed. So, Cho'Gath into Nasus. I would imagine as long as Cho punishes Nasus every time he comes up to stack that Q, and of course last hit farm, he should be able to just practically bully him straight out of lane.
He should be able to bully an SSL lane, but it all depends on if the junglers wants to focus the top lane.
Indeed, could also be looking to get this Vayne fed early as soon. I mean, looking for that Blade of the Ruin King as quickly as possible. I still believe, however, I definitely seen some Vaynes go for the Static Shiv Infinity Edge first.
Yeah, right now in the current meta, Vayne's sort of comes and goes with her build. You could go Blade of Ruin King, you could go Static Shiv, but it really comes down to personal preference and team decision. But for Vayne this game, I believe she should go for the Blade of Ruin King because Cho'Gath and Vi are gonna get very, very tanky.
Definitely.
But something we need to touch on is they do have the Kha'Zix. Is he gonna be support or mid lane?
That definitely would appear interesting.
Because he does have that exhaust.
Indeed, which could be used in the mid lane just to make sure that he has enough time to proc as many taste the fears as possible. You know, sometimes you just need that one last one to secure a kill early on when you don't have those massive amounts of damage with the armor penetration items. But
just a very interesting pick in general, especially into a Ziggs where he has tons of poke.
Indeed, so we might see him used as a support. He does have poke with the Vorpal spikes, Void spikes. I was thinking of the Vorpal sword from the Jabberwocky. Anyways, yeah, definitely with the exhaust, probably support. But supports definitely do have the option of running that ignite to pop onto the enemy ADC so that when they hit their heal, it's halved. Because I believe ignite halves all incoming healing, right?
Yes, it does.
Ziggs taking the heal as well instead of, so no ignites on the blue team.
Very interesting of taking Mahio because mostly in competitive play you see the mid laner taking either Ignite or Barrier, but very interesting, the Hio.
Mm-hmm.
But we are heading into the game right now.
Indeed, going into the loading screen. Feel free to always to let us know in the Twitch chat who you think's gonna win.
Well, over on the blue side, it is Galactic Nasus, Pool Party Ziggs, Blackthorn Morgana, Dragon Slayer Vayne, and Pool Party Lee Sin. 2 pool parties.
Indeed, all those skins are one of my favorite series. The Ziggs, the Pool Party Ziggs, I believe, was actually released though quite a bit earlier than the rest of them. Seeing the new Guardians of the Desert Kha'Zix, pretty cool skin. The mecha, of course, is the classic though, with all those special upgrades. The Snowstorm Sivir, one of the coolest Sivir skins, and the Neon Strike Vi, definitely super flashy. Neato Burrito, the Frostfire Annie, of course. Back in the day, used to be a favorite. The passive stun, of course, not being super visible around that skin. I believe they've since fixed that.
Well, it will be Kha'Zix in the mid lane and Annie support as we were getting into the game.
So we'll see how that works out. The exhaust of course, will be useful when Ziggs pops his heal. Gives him a burst of speed, but if he's then immediately exhausted, might be able to then finish him off.
So, Brick, how do you feel about the crystalline flash start and 3 pots for Nasus and Kha'Zix? Do you think that's any good right now?
For the Nasus, definitely going. I'm not sure. I'm not a super familiar with the crystalline flask start. You would have thought that Kha'Zix would go for either a longsword or even a Doran's blade.
Yeah, longsword is very common for mid laners like Zed, Kha'Zix Talon.
For that
AD
early, either going into an early Bilgewater or Brutalizer.
Especially against a squishy AP target like Ziggs, that longsword would pay a long way.
Absolutely. So for the Nasus,
he is hiding in the bush, in the far top bush, maybe trying to do something. I don't know.
Indeed, so we do see the Lee Sin, of course, starting the Krug camp, and then to the red buff, and the Vi, of course, starting with the blue buff for that sustain. Vi fairly mana hungry. Lee Sin, of course, with no mana. So we do see a bit of push in this bottom lane to start things off. So a lot of poke coming from the Kha'Zix, but he'll take a turret hit and go straight down to half health himself.
Yeah, bot lane is a very interesting lane, as Vayne is really bad at pushing out lanes. So she's gonna be probably pushing the whole lane if nothing special happens. So, but it could also be a good opportunity for Morgana to land a binding on top of the Condemn into a wall and maybe a kill.
Indeed, we see Lee Sin engaging here. Kha'Zix is taking quite low. The Ignite comes out, the flash. Ziggs flashes for the first blood.
And that will be the first blood going to Ziggs with the assist over to Lee Sin.
Indeed. Saw a very nice engage there from behind the wall, queuing in to a minion. Able to get that slow off. Vi going in hard onto the Ziggs, proccing the denting blows passive. Taken pretty low herself, but Lee Sin has returned to the mid lane there. So she can't stick around for too long.
Overall, that was in favor of the blue team, as Kha'Zix burned both of his summoners and Vi burned a flash, while Ziggs does have that heal still.
Indeed. Ziggs only using that flash to secure the kill. Seeing Vayne proccing that Silverboat's passive on to the Sivir. That engage coming out a little bit in the blue team's favor.
Well, right now in top lane, Nasus has 30 stacks so far. Going pretty even in CS, but there will be a gank. Lee Sin will be going in. He's looking to land that Sonic Wave.
Indeed, he does get the slow off. There is the Q. Hitting that before the...
And there will be a 3-man gank top over there by red side. And Lee Sin might go down here, as he is
Indeed,
Vi
does land the Vault Breaker, and Lee Sin goes down.
And that was very well played by the red side to rotate top after seeing Lee Sin go top right away.
Indeed, Annie getting locked down by a Dark Binding there. The pool comes out, doing some damage. And Nasus is pushed all the way to his turret there. So Kha'Zix able to back and pick up 2 longswords. So definitely on his way towards that Brutalizer, which could be built into a Black Cleaver or a Yomu's Ghostblade.
Yes, it could be. It could also be built into a Hydra as well.
True,
if he so.
Absolutely. Into a Vampiric Scepter and the Tiamat.
But,
of course, the Hydra, a pretty good item on Kha'Zix. Definitely for the AoE clear. which he
Yes, it is. It's a great item on a lot of AD champions. Riven, Kha'Zix, Talon.
indeed you do see the difference in style, just the burst damage compared to the DPS that you would rather see on the Zed for his ultimate and everything like that. Well, although extremely bursty as well. So we do see Vi in that Dragon Side bush there, going hard onto the Lee Sin, engaging, trying to get that Vault Breaker passive. The Kha'Zix going hard onto the Zig, landing the Void Spikes, but Ziggs pops the box.
It does survive, and he still has that heal right in his pocket. Just in case if there's another gank that he needs to escape from, he can use that to for the movement speed and a little bit of health. But Vi is going towards the bottom, doing a Tribush gank, and
yeah, so she won't be spotted.
There are no wards. Oh, that will be Annie's flash stun. That's a very, very nice condemn by Vayne, but she may, and that she will go down to Sivir's Boomerang Blade.
Unfortunately, just not enough final damage. Lee Sin flashing, the Q lands on Annie. He was looking for Vi there.
He went a little bit too hard on there.
Indeed. Maybe should not have followed up on that Q onto the Annie after seeing he didn't connect with the Vi. Because I believe if the Q lands, you gain vision of them. So you would have seen that was Annie.
Well, since not too much is happening, let's take a look at the top lane.
Yep.
So far, it's actually really even in CS, 47 to 47.
Yeah, NASA's at 90 stacks now, doing a pretty consistent job. So
yes,
Cho'Gath, even with that poke, not able to completely turn off or even really hinder the Nasus farm.
Yeah, that's actually a really good purchase. The flash from Nasus was
Kha'Zix going hard. Ziggs not exactly with the disengage.
Ziggs did use that heal right there, and that will be by ulting and killing Ziggs. She will escape it with a sliver of health, but Lee Sin might be there to get a double kill maybe.
Lee Sin
does get exhausted.
He will smite Kha'Zix for that last hit. Vi trying to get away there. If she can proc a Vault Breaker and get to that inner turret with the shield. There we go. She does manage to get away. Kha'Zix saving her life there.
Unfortunately, Lee Sin wasn't 6 there, or he could have kicked Kha'Zix into Vi and perhaps got a clean double kill.
Indeed. Not having to worry about mana, only having to worry about cooldowns. Definitely advantageous for a jungler.
But right now, it's a very interesting Vayne build. She is going for that IE first, it seems.
Yep, with the... Yes. Or potentially a Bloodthirster, although more than less than likely.
I've seen some Bloodthirster Vaynes lately, but just want to see what she's maxing. Oh, she's maxing W. That's very interesting because right now in the meta there's something called AD Vayne and attack speed Vayne. When you go Bloodthirster or IE first, you tend to max Q for that base damage.
Mm-hmm.
But very interesting. She's maxing W, but she's building a BF sword item.
So Vi does miss the Vault Breaker. A very nice box from Ziggs.
That was a very nice satchel charge from Ziggs, bouncing him out and bouncing Vi away.
The Dark Binding just missing the Annie. Very nice dodge there.
Oh, I see right now, Red Team is getting control of the dragon. unless they can smite this or Ziggs out it, it might be a free dragon for them. And yes, it will be.
He just threw a little water balloon in there, not enough. Kha'Zix's being taken super low. The Ziggs ult's coming out, but he jumps to safety.
That will be the Silver Oak going down to you, and the Annie ult catching 2 out, and
Indeed,
that will also be the Vault Breaker.
Vi going hard onto the Morgana, the red buff enough to finish her off there. We see Ziggs now being focused. Kha'Zix will get the kill onto Lee Sin.
And that will be a 1-for-2 over to red side.
Indeed, Ziggs just managing to get out. Almost was a 3-for-1. And in the top lane, Cho'Gath now pushing the Nasus. That turret down to just a little over a third of its health. And I believe...
But right now, there's a small fight. On top, they both have their ults, and Cho'Gath does have the feast in about 10 seconds or so.
The boomerang, believe hitting both shots there. We see the feast coming out. Nasus ults, Cho'Gath taking those turret hits.
And
see the Q.
That will be the flash coming down from there. And Kha'Zix is getting... Oh my, that was a very close Sonic Wave from Lee Sin onto Cho'Gath.
Indeed, that was super close. Kha'Zix just flashing out of the way. But almost thinking that it would have gone through onto Cho'Gath there.
Well, it does look like Vayne's gonna go and pick up that Infinity Edge, as it seems. Same with Sivert. They have they both have 97 CS, but there is a quick gank in mid lane right now, and Ziggs will be able to get away.
We see Lee Sin landing the Q and picking up the kill. It looks like Nasus got the assist, or well, he must have. Nasus well on his way to a Spirit's Visage. That cooldown reduction going to be great for his Q. And stacking that. So we see Vi coming in with the Vault Breaker. It does land, proccing those denting blows. She's going hard.
Lee Sin is here to back him out.
With the slow, she does pick up the kill. But it looks like Lee Sin will flash out of the Cho'Gath knockup.
Oh my god. This is a very unique pause time. Right when he's about to hit Vi one time. But Kha'Zix did disconnect right there. So it is a permitted pause, I believe.
Indeed, we do see Cho'Gath explaining that Kha'Zix did disconnect there. It does seem like a bit of the timing is a little odd, but
if
if
you
we
can
give
see
them
right now, there's
benefit.
that little cannon minion. There's that little minion attack going towards Vi. Wonder if that's gonna take her out.
Indeed, it could be enough right there. Those last minion auto attacks, sort of the inevitable downfall as you watch them slowly, but still faster than you can run, approaching you.
Well, unfortunately, in pause time, we can't move our screens, even in the spectator. So let's have a look at the gold lead right now. Red team's about 400 gold ahead, 1 turret ahead, or 1 dragon ahead. All turrets are up so far. And over in the mid lane, it's pretty equal CS, but Ziggs does have the extra kill over on Kha'Zix and 2 less deaths. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Nessus has a slight 1 wave of CS lead over Cho'Gath, and bot lane's pretty even. The jungle, however, is also quite even as well. Both junglers looking to carry the game for their team.
Indeed, Nasus will be able to pick up that Spirit's Visage once he respawns. He's sitting on 1,300 gold. So that will be good for him. Cho'Gath has already completed his Rod of Ages. And Yeah, the junglers pretty much even vie with the two less deaths and those 2 extra assists. And she went for the Skirmisher Saber as opposed to the Chilling Smite, which some Vi's will take the Chilling Smite just to help with the Vault Breaker, make it that easier to land. And with a Ruby Crystal Cloth Armor, she could be looking into a Sunfire Cape.
Yes, she could be looking into a Sunfire Cape or the Randuin's Omen. Both are, as the Ruby Crystal does build into the Giant's Belt, I believe.
That is a new update. Well, relatively new. New to Season 5. So, yeah, Sivir with the Cloak of Agility, she is up about 350 gold over the Vayne. Despite their CS being even, just those that kill and the extra assist, I believe you touched on that earlier. And so hopefully Kha'Zix will be able to reconnect soon. Again, apologies for the delay. We did have a disconnect. So it'll be interesting to see if Kha'Zix tries to build into a Mauve Malmortius against the Ziggs. Might not be the most useful, as that Nasus stack is physical damage.
It appears that he's maybe going for that Tiamat right now. And Nasus is probably definitely going for that Spirit Visage against Cho'Gath, because it is quite a bit of poke in AP damage. But,
indeed, and the cooldown reduction for that Q stack.
But right now you do see in the Ziggs item slot something very interesting. You don't see it a lot. You don't see the Morellos and Tears for mana. Usually either item is enough mana for you, but I guess then again it is Ziggs. He does put up a lot of mana usage during the late game. So very unique build.
Indeed, definitely just looking for huge amounts of poke and sustain for late game sieging. Often teams can, once they get to those inhibitor turrets and the wall of defense, can be easy to think that you have an advantage and start a tower dive and then quickly realize you're not quite ahead as you thought you would. If Ziggs is able to just keep up the poke, they can potentially just get the enemy team so frustrated that they just try to make something happen to break the deadlock.
And that will be Kha'Zix reconnecting into the game.
Indeed, we have the readies coming out. We should be getting into this game soon.
And let's take a look at top lane.
So Vi
and that will be Lee Sin taking down
shut down. She did try to get away with proccing her passive. That shield activates when it's up. It gives her an extra shield, but Lee Sin was just able to. So we see the flash tippers from Annie, the engage, the flash from Vayne, the flash again from Sivir, Morgana being taken low. Looks like they won't exactly be able to finish them off, but Sivir with the boomerang picks up the kill. Kha'Zix going hard onto the Ziggs. Lee Sin right there safeguarding. Picks up the kill. Unfortunately, does kick Kha'Zix right out of the Ziggs ult.
Well, right now you see Nessus is doing his best to try to freeze up that lane and get all the stacks he can for his Q.
Indeed, doing a great job of last hitting these minions under the turret. We do see
And-
Ziggs caught out by the anti-stun, however. I believe he flashed there.
In my opinion, Ziggs is doing a tremendous and a very nice job avoiding the ganks. He's been ganked at least 5 or 6 times from the Vi and Annie already, and he only has 1 death. That's something to get commended for.
Definitely doing a great job, and of course, even though his summoner spells are down at the moment, he did a great job of not panicking and using his heal too soon, always making sure that he had it in reserve until he absolutely needed it.
Yeah, whenever you survive someone's gank, you wasted a certain amount of time, which means you denied them XP and possibly a kill from somewhere else. So basically all the time Vi decided to put into mid lane and got nothing for it. Top and bot was free from ganks from Vi because she was mid lane.
Indeed, and she could have definitely tried to focus bot lane and just try to completely shut down the Vayne, who is actually out farming the Sivir just by 8, so not that many, but still impressive considering the lane pressure and the fact that Sivir is 2-0-2.
Right now you see a very interesting way of Vayne putting in those skill points. She did not finish her W. She decided to put 2 extra points in her Q. So something just interesting to touch on.
Indeed, going for a little bit of overall variety. We see Sivir going hard. We'll catch the Lee Sin at his Krug camp. The Dark Binding forcing the Spell Shield. The Vault Breaker going in hard, and Lee Sin is shut
that
down.
will be the Assault and Battery for the kill, and that will be the Condemn onto Sivir.
Indeed, but we do see the Vault Breaker missing. But that
I
looks
believe
like a
was-
double kill for the Vi.
That was Annie's stun from her W, right?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay,
a
yeah.
great job by Annie getting that lockdown.
That
We
was.
do see the red team going for their second dragon now. This should be pretty much untested. Ziggs might attempt a balloon here. It looked like he did just use it into that bush, though.
But meanwhile, in top lane, you see Cho'Gath does have those 6 feet stacks. He is really big right now.
Indeed, much bigger than this Nasus. Unless, of course, Nasus pops his ultimate, which increases his size, but he will be knocked up here.
It is out of mana right now, and his ult is down, but he does have that flash for desperate scenarios if he does need to use it.
Indeed, threading Cho'Gath through those minions. Cho'Gath going
walked,
hard.
Cho'Gath walked back for a second because he thought he didn't land that Q for a second too.
Ah.
Very interesting.
Indeed, but we
But,
do see Lee Sin landing that Q, going hard. The Dark Binding just missing.
And Lee Sin does have the Dragon's Rage.
Yeah, he's got the
And
Chilling
that
Smite
will be the
landing.
that will be the Sonic Wave landing and securing the kill.
Some very
well
nice Lee Sin mechanics coming out there. Lee Sin 6-3-1.
Both
Looks to be
junglers
trying
are-
to. Pretty fed.
Yes, both junglers are basically doing a lot for the team right now.
Absolutely.
But the-
Vi having completed the Randuins. Got that. Taking this, the anti-stun landing onto Lee Sin. Kha'Zix engaging.
Ziggs did accidentally walk into them, and that, whoa.
Lee Sin with the super long
Yes.
distance Q.
But
Will
yes, that will be the
die.
Mega Inferno Bomb missing though. Miscalculated a bit by Ziggs, ulting in the bush.
Indeed. I believe that's the second ultimate in a row that did not secure a kill. However, the kill was indeed secured by Lee Sin. Both times. Perhaps interesting to see, the junglers doing a lot for their team. However, might have been a little bit better for them to try to be getting that gold onto, their mid laners or their the ADC on the red team, not suffering at 2-0-5 already with the Infinity Edge, Berserker's Greaves, and the Zeal.
Well, we were right. Vi did manage to pick up that Randuin that she was building into, and it looks like Lee Sin is picking it up as well on his next back. But the thing is about Lee Sin and Vi is that Vi scales a lot better than Lee Sin late game.
Absolutely. She'll
But right
interesting
now
how,
they're having a
because
very
of
good
you know
fight.
the Nasus and his Q being physical damage, Kha'Zix going hard. Taste their fear, just ripping into him. We see Nasus popping the ult. Kha'Zix was taken very low. He will be taken out by the Q.
Nasus does take in. Vayne's gonna ult in with the final hour ult.
Indeed, she's proccing those silver bolts. Cho'Gath, I believe, flashing over that wall there.
Yeah,
He will get away.
Kha'Zix did end up picking up that Ravenous Hydra, but he is very squishy. He did get three shot by Nasus. It only took 3 Qs, and that's saying a lot because it is only 20 minutes, and Nasus does not have any damage item like Triforce or anything.
Vi going hard onto the Morgana. Morgana taken out by the Cho'Gath. I believed a feast there. The Vault Breaker missing. Vi popping the Randuin for that slows.
Nasus is teleporting in though.
Indeed, it
And
looks like Cho'Gath should be taken out here.
down. Nasus just missing the Wither. It sort of went on, but she got out of vision. So that will be Vi getting away.
Indeed, we see Sivir getting quite a bit of damage just from 2 auto attacks onto the Vayne.
The thing about AD Vayne is you can't really 1v1 Sivir because you don't have that much attack speed, so you can't really juke and kite the Sivir Boomerang Blade. So
Indeed.
basically, you have to turtle it out until you get PD or Static Shiv. So basically, Vayne just has to turret hug right now and hope for Morg to save her.
Indeed, so potentially not the itemization route for the situation. Definitely the staple of higher elo players is they're able to adapt on the fly even.
We're gonna steal the big Krug with her
with her pool.
Tormented Soil. Yes, it did.
Yes. Indeed, we do see Nasus going hard onto the Cho'Gath. He does have the lane pushed in his favor, but he will rotate down. We see Vi being pinged out here. We do see Lee Sin and Morgana rotating around. Vi, of course, can just rotate and Vault Breaker away. The juke potential on Vi is,
in my opinion, I believe
almost.
I believe Vayne should have probably went Blade the Rune King because Vi's getting really huge right now, and she's pretty tanky, so Blade will help.
And it looks like Vi is going to be going into a Trinity Force, which means that she will be able to put out huge amounts of damage, while also with that Randuin's being very tanky, and of course her passive giving her a shield.
And Cho'Gath is also very tanky. He has 3,000 health currently, and
Lee Sin
will be getting caught.
Completely caught out. Bit of a waste of a Vi ult though.
Yeah, that was a bit of overkilling, but it's better than safe than sorry, right?
Indeed. We will see the red team most likely picking up their 3rd dragon of the game here. Just crazy amounts of damage coming out from, you know, the ADC, the Kha'Zix, the Vi, even the Annie.
Nasus is doing really well farm right now. He does have a 426 farm right now at 23 minutes. That's pretty well against the Cho'Gath, who constantly pokes you and tries to deny you farm. And it will be the Sivir and Vayne out here. That will be the Vayne flash. Oh, she does get the last crit onto Annie and does take the kill.
Indeed, a rather fortunate critical. We see Kha'Zix going hard on Lee Sin. Lee Sin will safeguard.
Is though, but Lee Sin does not have the ult.
We do see Vayne and Ziggs pinging that they're on their way to help. Kha'Zix will back away, but he might still be completely caught out.
I think Lee Sin might still get the kill. Never mind then. Nope, because yeah, I think it's about 12 seconds or so.
And indeed, that was a fairly long chase.
Yes, it was very unfortunate that Kha'Zix got away freely, but if you look at his score, he is half of his team's death.
Yeah, so not as much gold as, say, the Vi or the Sivir. Actually, the Sivir would probably be She is definitely on a kill streak. Vi could be as... I don't believe Vi's on a kill streak though.
Yeah, right now Silver has the most amount of gold on out of everyone in the game.
Mhm.
Kha'Zix is about 1,000 gold behind in Ziggs. Pretty
Yeah.
far back behind.
Ziggs now with the Morello Nomicon, the Zonias, and the Sorcerer's Shoes, and that, of course, tier stacking. It's
Yeah,
now
he's,
at almost at
700.
750. He's
Yeah.
only 22 shy. So he'll be able to complete the Seraph's Embrace. The Q landing onto the Sivir. She gets slowed.
That will be the least to note, and the Silver heal, and that will be another Resonating Strike landed. And both Silver Summoners are down. But
Indeed,
I believe
but the
Lee Sin
Ignite...
will be taken down here, and there is a Ziggs out, but
Vi is in trouble. Those Nasus Qs are dirty.
Yeah, Nasus Qs are very painful, as he is going for that Triforce, and it will double his damage once he gets it with the Sheen proc.
Absolutely. So Vi taken down there. Lee Sin as well. So both junglers going down. However, the red team is going to be trying to punish the blue team for this tower dive. Ziggs taking a few more tower hits than expected.
Will be going down here, I think, and yes, Vayne is doing what Vayne does best, picking off people.
Indeed, we do
She
see.
will be going after that Sivir, but she has to turn around to save Ziggs.
Kha'Zix going hard onto the Ziggs. Looks like he will be caught out if Nasus can land a Wither. No, he does back off. Seeing the Annie, bit of a distraction.
No, did a huge mistake here. He was trying to go for the kills, but oh my! Oh,
Vi
does get taken down by the red buff over on Vayne, which has been transferred over to Vi.
Vi does pick up a double kill. Lee Sin with the Dragon's Rage, picking up the kill onto Annie.
Lands the Sonic Wave, and can he take down Vi before Cho'Gath comes to take down both of them? Oh my, the flash. Oh, very...
the flash finishes from both teams here. The feast, the Q for Nasus, and the feast for Cho'Gath.
I think Lee Sin should run right about now. Yes, he will get away as he is armor based. He does have no magic resist set up for Cho'Gath.
Indeed, we also see him picking up a chain vest after the Randuin's. Definitely against the Sivir Kha'Zix Vi combination. Vi, however, once she completes the Trinity Force, will have magic damage, so lots of mixed damage coming out. Kha'Zix now with a last whisper. Definitely, this Sivir all pop. Morgana being completely caught out. The boomerang will secure the kill. And we do see Kha'Zix in this bottom lane, the Vayne coming out, proccing the Silver Witch. She hits the Condemn and will pick up the kill here. Nas is on his way as well to help out, but not needed. Kha'Zix definitely caught completely out of position there. Vayne doing a great job of utilizing the turret terrain to catch him out.
Well, I'm back now. So as I can see, they are dueling Baron right now, the red team, as long as with Sivir and Annie waltzing in towards them. But Annie is hiding in that bush. Very sneaky trick. But she is seen by that Ziggs. And the Tibbers, they are just trying to stall Lee Sin right now, and Cho'Gath does manage to face that away.
Morgana will be taken down here by the Sivir. Vi trying to make things happen with the Ziggs. Is she able to get away? Potentially the boomerang going hard. Kha'Zix will pick up the kill. Vi getting away.
Ziggs did a 1-inch bouncing bomb thing. That didn't work out as planned, but Nessus does manage to take the inhibitor tower. Man, oh man.
So that is...
He does have 525 stacks on his Siphoning Strike right now. That's...
My goodness, very strong.
And he did just pick up that Triforce too, so that's gonna be quite a bit of damage on the turrets and inhibitors.
Yeah, we will see the red team going for their 4th dragon. This will be uncontested. With that Baron buff, Nasus is up in 20 seconds. They probably won't be able to respond for that inhibitor turret.
This is very shocking. It's 30 minutes and they have 4 dragons ready, uncontested. Just one more dragon and this game could snowball out of control as red team does have 4,000 gold lead.
Indeed, that 5th dragon tripling all the previous dragon buffs. Definitely or just doubling? Is it doubling or tripling?
I think it's double, yeah.
So it
Triple
doubles.
would be really OP.
Yeah.
That would be like over.
But they also are Baron buffed at this point. So you're going to be having some minion pressure in their favor. Nasus only got the turret. So
Vayne is going for that BT.
Indeed, picking up that Phantom Dancer for the attack speed she needs to 1v1. Vi caught out by the Lee Sin, will take a turret shot there, but Lee Sin engaged onto by the Kazakhs. The Vi ult securing that kill for the Kazakhs. Kazakhs with a double kill onto the Ziggs.
And wow,
triple kill onto the Vayne, the turnaround.
Kill. Can he get his quadra? Dang.
No, Sivir does pick up that kill on Nasus. Support only support surviving for the blue team.
And that is a flash boomerang blade missing though, and she is and Kazakhs is going all in, and he will get healed by Sivir to make it out of there alive. But who would have expected a 2 and 9 Kazakhs getting triple kill?
Indeed, definitely.
They are looking to end the game right here, but Lee Sin does have the G8 running into Vi, but they did get one turret and they are recalling. There's a huge blue team minion at top lane and a huge red team minion at bot lane.
Definitely, of course, Cho'Gath is enormous at this point. Picking up the Thornmail and the Frozen Heart. Definitely going to be very effective against not so much the Vayne because of her Silver Bolt does do true damage, but the Nasus, the Lee Sin, and just the regular auto attacks.
Yeah, usually as Vayne, it's really hard to. I don't think it's even possible for her to kill Cho'Gath or Vi because they have quite a bit of armor, and she does not have Last Whisper or Blade of the Rune King to go through that health or armor.
Indeed, so Vi has completed the Triforce as well as the Nasus. Looks like Vi might be looking for a Frozen Heart, or with the Sivir ult coming out, the Tibber stun onto the Vayne, and Sivir picks up the kill. Kazakhs pick up the kill onto Ziggs.
That may be
huge
game
mistakes from the blue team.
I believe that is game.
The Lee Sin Q missing everything. Vi is taking up the start. Kazakhs taking pretty low. Vi will engage on the Morgana. She will be taken down. We see Nasus trying to do what he can, but he will have to back off. Vi being taken very low. She will flash away.
And that will be Nasus trying to delay it as much as possible, but that will be the game taken down right there with the Nexus remaining a very slight amount of health.
One last kill for the ace going to Vi, finishing very strong.
Red team does take the victory right here.
And congratulations to the red team. And indeed, it seems that Riot has finally fixed the bug where we come out of spectator delay to a black screen.
I believe Dark Orbs is going to be taking over for me right now.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Jordan. Awesome analysis. Definitely a lot of insight from experience. Was I still muted? Oh, definitely a pleasure to cast with you, sir.
Well, it was also a pleasure to cast with you and Dark Orbs. It was a very nice night, a very good start for me for my first day on job, I could say. But I look forward to casting with you and Dark Orbs in the future. And I just wanted to say thank you guys for watching the stream. And it will be me signing off and handing it over to Dark Orbs and Break. Thank you, guys.
Right on. Just another big thank you to Jordan. Give him lots of love in the Twitch chat. Did a great job coming out for the first night. And we look forward, of course, to having you back. Definitely the higher level analysis is refreshing. Us bronze players can often get bogged down in a little bit of personal a little bit of personal insight. Definitely having the apologies, I just sort of lost my train of thought there. So we are getting into this next round. Momentarily, just waiting on various members. Oh. So we have on the blue side Everlasting Vendetta, and on the red side Sympathy for the Devil. We should be getting into this semifinals match fairly soon of this not so stock semi-pro bracket. And just waiting on one more summoner from Sympathy for the Devil. Should be getting in to this pretty soon. Let us know in the Twitch chat if you have a favorite team that you're cheering for. Show them some love. Show them some positivity. Apologies for the silence, Twitch chat. I was just rearranging my headset. So we saw great performances coming out from Everlasting Vendetta. Last game, we saw the Vi coming out strong, I believe finishing 9, 3, and 15. A huge presence for the team. As Jordan touched on, Vi does scale a lot better than Lee Sin late game. Lee Sin definitely relying on his early game pressure, potentially counter jungling, and those ganks to snowball his lanes for him. And then, of course, late game just getting tanky enough to queue in and, get that ult pick off. potentially isolate one of the enemy team members for his team, and then be able to safeguard away, not taking too many turret shots, but also being able to tank anything thrown at him. So we do see that final summoner heading into the just a few rearrangements from the blue side. Again, guys, we have on the red side, sorry, Team 2, some rearrangements for Team 2 on the red side. Again, guys, the blue team is Everlasting Vendetta, and they'll be facing off against Sympathy for the Devil on the red side. So we should be getting into Champion Select momentarily. And sorry, apologies for the delay. However, when trying to coordinate amongst multiple people, can be difficult to get everything running 100% smoothly. Just gonna have to wait a second. Apologies for the silence. I'm just gonna take a couple seconds to try to figure something out. Alrighty, sorry for the silence, guys. Alrighty, so we should be getting this semifinals match underway momentarily. Again, if you're just joining us for chat, we have Everlasting Vendetta on the blue side and Sympathy for the Devil on the red side. Just a few more slight delays, but we should be getting into this game fairly soon. Again, thank you for your patience and bearing with us. Indeed, I believe I've definitely seen Elvish Gleeman before, and alright guys, just waiting on one last summoner before we get into this champion select. Again, we saw a fairly even, but saw a fairly steady amount of dominating pressure coming out from the blue side. Last game, the game could have potentially gone either way, but we did see some very decisive team fights and lots of dragon control. They were on the red side during that game. They are now on the blue side. We saw them pick up four or five dragons, 4 dragons by the 30-minute mark, and they did not. I believe they did by the end pick up their 5th dragon. Not really needing it though, of course. So we should be getting in momentarily. I'm just gonna take a quick break, grab myself some water. I'll be right back. Alright guys, so break's gonna take a quick break here. I shall cover, I'm gonna say the action, the lovely lobby action. We will be heading into champion selection momentarily. And again, guys, this is our semi-pro tournament. We're covering the main event currently in the semi-finals round with 16 teams. So this is round 3 for the semi-finals. Winners of this team will move on into the finals matchup, while the losers move on into the bronze match. Of course, both teams having one more match to play after this win to determine whether they're first or second, or whether they're third or fourth, depending whether they're victorious in this game or not. And just waiting on both rosters to be ready to go here. It looks like we might have one of these summoners potentially relogging their accounts here, as it seems like they're having some potential issues. Though it looks like we will be in the champion selection here and ready to go. So again, guys, this is the semi-finals matchup. The matchup we're going to be covering on the stream tonight is Everlasting Vendetta on the blue side, with Sympathy for the Devil on the purple side. Waiting on our first ban to come through here. And the first ban will be Janna, a fairly standard ban at the higher levels of play. Looking like Aurelia going to be the second ban of the evening. The first ban for, let me go back over there, Sympathy for the Devil. Knew it was something for the Devil. Again, guys, Vendetta, or Everlasting Vendetta, on the blue side, and Sympathy for the Devil
On the purple side, we're seeing the second ban from Everlasting Vendetta. Going to be a Sejuani ban, followed up by a quick Morbana ban. Coming in from a Sympathy for the Devil. 2 supports banned out, 1 jungler, 1 top lane. We have more or less an open ban for the last slot here. Looking for potentially another jungler, or I think a mid laner. Unless we could see ADCs getting a target here, but we don't see that very often. Again, just waiting on that last ban. It will be Katarina, a fairly high potential snowball champion. And for anybody not aware, Crimer XYZ previously named Better Katarina. So seeing Katarina banned out against him, really not a surprise there. I believe their mid laner are going to end up potentially being a Zed unless the champion pool has changed up a lot for that summoner. Vi ends up being the last ban here for Sympathy for the Devil, so we end up having a top, support, and jungler banned out by Sympathy for the Devil, and a support, jungle, and mid laner banned through from Everlasting Vendetta. Again, guys, Janice, Sejuani, and Katarina banned out. Aurelia, Morgana, and Vi banned through as well. We have Annie, more or less insta-locked here by Everlasting Vendetta, and I do believe we saw her played very successfully through previous rounds of play here this evening. Also, Annalise being hovered over by Sympathy for the Devil. Haven't seen Elise played very often in the current meta, but would love to see that come out. She can be a very great jungler. Little bit of tank, a little bit of damage, little bit or a whole lot of utility depending how you really look at that one. Looks like the Elise, though, will be swapped out for a more standard Maokai pick, and Sivir gets locked in here by Tommy. Tempered Fury with the Tryndamere. However, haven't seen Tryndamere played all that much lately, but would love to get to see him coming in here potentially. Alright guys, Brick seems like he's returned here. He's going to hand things back over to him for a bit. I'll be joining as we get onto the Rift, I believe, potentially a little bit after that. Going to have to get our tech set back up here. Looks like my mic's been unplugged. Alright guys, so here's Brick.
Hey guys, sorry for the flip-flopping between casters. Just coordinating a couple things. Of course, talking non-stop does make the mouth a little dry. Just getting some water just so I can keep up here. We do see the Rek'Sai and the Graves locked in. Graves, a super powerful ADC at the moment. Only seeing popularity Graves, Sivir, and if they've picked them up, we see a lot of Kalista. Indeed. So we do see Sivir and Maokai on the other side. You see the Lissandra hovered now, so that could be top lane Maokai, mid lane Lissandra. We have seen her take into the top lane quite a bit in the current meta. So that could almost potentially be a Maokai jungle, Lissandra mid, Lissandra top. Okay, so it's going to be Thresh support, Sivir, ADC Maokai, top lane Lissandra mid. So still waiting on the top and mid laners from the blue side. Again, guys, if you are just joining us, we have Everlasting Vendetta on the blue side and Sympathy for the Devil on the red side. Everlasting Vendetta definitely not rushing their picks. So the Sivir Spell Shield definitely going to help. Hopefully, if she can get it off in time against those Annie Flash Tibbers engagements, definitely known to be the downfall of many a team fight. So Ziggs potentially in the top lane with Xerath in the mid lane. We will see those locked in. Be interesting to see how Ziggs plays into the Maokai. Normally, when you have a damage champion versus a tank champion, the first champion to get the kill will often be able to snowball themselves in the lane with enough pressure. The tanks can just go in, especially because Ziggs is a melee champion, despite having a gap closer, and of course his playful trickster is the bane of many and targeted ability. So Gragas Hovered could be a Gragas jungle. Could also be that Maokai jungle. Rengar will be the final pick, so that should be it will be Xerath mid. Okay, so Fizz on the blue team, Everlasting Vendetta. We have Fizz in the top lane, Rek'Sai in the jungle, Xerath in the mid lane, Graves on ADC, and Annie support. On the red side, we have Sympathy for the Devil. So far, it looks to be Rengar in the top lane, Maokai in the jungle, Lissandra in the mid lane, Sivir on ADC, and Thresh as support. It'll be interesting to see if at the last second you switch Rengar jungle. However, it will be exciting to see a Maokai jungle. Haven't seen one in a while. However, it is definitely a viable option. And we are into the spectator delay. So again, feel free to let us know in the Twitch chat what is indeed. This is the semifinal, one of the two semifinal matches of this Saturday night not so stock semi-pro tournament. The other semifinal match is between, we have Cheer Up on the blue side and Oliver King on the red side. And over in the secondary bracket, it appears all 4 first round matches are still underway, which would, of course, make a bit of sense. Not all those matches would have started as soon as the main round. Those, of course, going quite a bit more quickly, sort of not having to wait, those matches sort of finishing a bit earlier with the more dominating teams. Secondary bracket, of course, can also have games tend to drag on. So again, Twitch chat, feel free to show support to your favorite team, who you think is going to win tonight. Let us know how you think these team compositions are going to work. We do have a lot of map pressure between the Rek'Sai ultimate and the Xerath ultimate. Can definitely be working together. Xerath, of course, looking to win his lane early so he can then rotate to either the bottom or the top lane and help out securing kills for his either himself or his teammates. Definitely the Sivir ultimate working very well with the Rengar ultimate, and the Lissandra ultimate with the lockdown. Definitely going to help because, of course, if someone's caught out by the Lissandra ultimate, then Thresh can definitely land an easy death sentence, head in, land his ultimate. Rengar and the Sivir Boomerang should not miss. Maokai would be able to, of course, use his Twisted Advance to get right in there, potentially with a Flash Twisted Advance engaged. Then, of course, able to hit his ultimate and just absorb massive amounts of damage. We'll probably, with the Maokai jungle, see him go full tank. He'll be able to pick up that Cinder Hulk, the new jungle tank item, which of course gives you 300 50 health, as well as 25% bonus health. And we are heading into the loading screen of this semifinals match of the Not So Stock Semi-Pro Tournament. We have Everlasting Vengeance on the blue side, facing off against Sympathy for the Devil on the red side. The festive Maokai skin, the best Maokai skin in my opinion, seeing the Scorcher's Zerath. Definitely pretty cool, but of course Zerath not really a champion for which variations for skins are, potentially as noticeable as, say, the Riot Graves is, in my opinion, a much crisper skin. Void Fizz, pretty cool. The Reverse Annie, definitely really cool Annie skin. And we are loaded in here. Just waiting for all the players. Oh, we might be... And here we are. Sorry for that brief black screen. I did remember to send it over, so we will be rearranging. There we go. So again, guys, if you are just joining us, we have on the blue side Everlasting Vengeance. For them, they have Fizz in the top lane, Rek'Sai in the jungle, Zerath in the mid lane, Graves on ADC, and Annie support. On the red side, we have Sympathy for the Devil with Rengar in the top lane, Maokai in the jungle, Sandra in the mid lane, Sivir ADC, and Thresh support. We see both teams heading on to the rift there. See pings from the blue side. They will spot out that red team. We will see the red team all in that tri-bush right on top of a blue side ward. They seem to be aware of it. We do see the laugh coming out from the Sivir, I believe. Or no, the Lysandra potentially. But we do see the entirety of the blue team now heading towards that tri-bush. No, the red team is backing out, so we do see Fizz going back up to the top lane. Rengar hovering around there as well. So we do see Rengar with a Doran's Blade compared to Fizz with the Crystalline Flask. Fizz going for that sustain, definitely with that mana. He will be starting the Gromp camp, looking for a level 2, and then a recall teleport.
Indeed, and the monster camp spawning onto the map here. Dark Corpse has officially joined us again. I apologize for my absence there, guys, and thank you again, Brick Banzer, for covering the beginning of this match. Of course, looks like our mid laners have started their action here. Surround going for a little bit of poke. They're getting those minions to about half health from his poke. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that as far as lane pressure and his last hit ability goes, but it seems like he's going to be successful there.
Indeed, Zerath is able to land lots of pokes. He is bullying this Lysandra. He does miss that Q. And we do see both of them hit level 2. Fizz does have that level 2 advantage over the Rengar in this top lane, starting the Gromp camp, and then teleporting up. He is able to pick up 5 health potions. Lysandra following up there, definitely avoiding the Zerath poke and going hard herself. We do see the Ignite coming out, however, she's taking massive amounts of minion aggro and has to back off. The Zerath Q not hitting.
Rengar using the bush to his advantage there, jumps in on the Fizz. I believe he got a last hit for that as well, onto a minion. Looks like Seraph indeed having a bit of trouble in the mid lane, but gets some nice poke back onto the Lysandra. Seems like both mid laners are going to be fairly low here. And both junglers not too far away, though. May see ganks and counter ganks. There's going to be action at the top lane as Fizz comes back in onto the Rengar here. Rengar trying to use that bush, but Fizz standing directly in it, not going to allow him to use that mechanic against him.
Zerath missing a little bit more poke. He will get the stun, however. Oh, the first blood going over. He will, however, die to the minion aggro. Still worth it. That first blood, of course, giving much more kills.
Coming to third, that could be a huge mistake for him. Takes 2 turret hits here. Goes down to about a 200 health, a little bit lower. The Thresh does get that death sense and the plate, and he's going to flash into that turret. And Sivir won't quite get the last hit for him.
Lots of action happening here. Rengar with that very nice flash. We do see Maokai going hard. He will flash Rek'Sai, then flash, of course, back in response to Rek'Sai with the poke.
That is flashed down from both junglers as they both try and sustain this mid lane after both mid laners go down in a really great exchange fairly early on in the game.
However, we do see Zerath is able to return to lane with the Phoenix Codex. Lissandra only able to pick up a Spell Tome and Boots. Rengar doing a great job of out-farming the Fizz in the top lane. He's up 8 farm already. Doing a pretty good job. He's now, he's hit that level 4 as well as the Fizz. We do see Lissandra going hard onto the Zerath. Zerath immediately able to land his stun.
Indeed, playing that one really well, knowing where Lissandra was going to end up. He threw the stun a little bit early, landed it really nicely, and kind of stopped her engagement. They're seeing a really even matchup in the mid lane, while, as you're saying, Rengar does have the advantage in the top, which to me is a little bit surprising. Though it seems like Fizz, Fizz not the greatest early game champion. He doesn't have the range. He will be coming to his own as he gets to level 3, 4, and then finally 6. You're seeing him swing on one more level for that ultimate to come available, where I think things should change into his favor. Also, in the bottom lane, Sivir doing really well against the Graves.
Fizz engaging hard onto the Rengar, taking him fairly low. Rengar trying to use the minion aggro to make things happen. Fizz misses the playful trickster. Rengar is taken down.
Indeed, those 2 last auto attacks from Fizz. The second one nearly not connecting there, but Rengar does go down. Didn't quite have the kit available to finish off Fizz, despite them both being really low in the top lane. We will see Maokai potentially making his way up there, trying to get a little bit of additional farm and hold this top lane, make sure Fizz doesn't get any pressure against that outer turret.
Indeed, Maokai could also be looking to pick up a kill on Fizz here himself. Fizz is still fairly low. Fizz will hit the sapling and the advance pick up the kill. Zerath flashing out of range. Lissandra being taken very low. She will go down to minion aggro there. And Zerath picking up his second kill.
Getting reports we don't have a game fan. Do you have a game fan there, Greg?
Yes, I do.
Dude, that is an interesting outbreak in the game here. One moment, guys.
Alright, so we do see Graves and Annie hitting that level 5 ahead of the Sivir. Graves is behind in farm, however, to the Sivir. Some action happening behind this options thing. We will see flashes coming out from the Sivir and a follow-up flash from the Graves to pick up the kill.
I apologize for that one, guys. Completely my fault. A great play there by the blue side. Huge rotation into the bottom. They pick up this kill onto Sivir, where Sivir has been doing so very well this matchup. Graves is now within 8 farmer per again, and with a kill to his name, that's going to be exactly what blue side is looking for from that rotation.
Indeed, we do, however, see both Sivir and Graves able to return to their lanes with BF swords. Graves picking up 2 health potions and a mana potion. Both Graves and Sivir fairly mana hungry, unless of course you're better at managing your mana than I am. So we do see Rengar and Fizz both at level 6 in this top lane. Rengar with an empowered ability attempts to jump. Zerath missing, hitting the slow, hitting the stun. Rek'Sai with the engagement.
With the ultimate there, picking up both hits, not needing his third, gets the kill onto Lissandra. We're now seeing a 5-2 kill score.
Indeed, we see the Fizz ultimate connecting Rengar in lots of trouble. The playful trickster as well. Fizz picking up his second kill against Rengar in that top lane. That is 2 solo kills, but Fizz, of course, with the sheen.
Oh man, Thresh and Maokai not even caring about this turret. I apologize, Serath not caring about the turret. Going a little bit too deep there, gets himself caught out. This should be a kill for the purple side.
Indeed, that does go over to Maokai. Maokai now 2-0. Chose to go for that rush those Mercury treads before finishing his jungle item. Which, of course, Definitely, we see the engagement from the double stun from Annie, but Rek'Sai goes down to Lissandra. Annie is in trouble here from the Maokai. We see Lissandra flash over and help Maokai finish her off. So a great play, a 2-0 for the red side. Almost even up the kills here. We do see them start the dragon now. So definitely this Maokai in a great position to start snowballing himself. We do see the Rek'Sai ultimate coming out. So Graves does have his ultimate available. He does burst it, but Maokai does smite the dragon. And it goes over to the red team. First dragon of the game at just over 9 minutes.
Indeed, a pre-10-minute dragon. We see them occasionally, but you need to have really great coordination to really pull those off. And we see a red team secure that one with almost no contest. Rek'Sai barely getting in range of time and really not having a chance to try and smite it away.
Indeed. We did see, of course, Everlasting Vengeance have complete domination of the dragons last game. So with Sympathy for the Devil picking up this first dragon, perhaps an indication of the outcome. However, Xerath did pick up the first blood.
Yeah, gets another nice poke on the side.
And it looks like
down here.
he should be able to pick up another kill fairly easily here.
There was not quite going to be enough. She does go down. Rek'Sai, I believe, picking up the... No. Yes, Rek'Sai picking up the assist there. Looked over at Maokai accidentally for a second.
See Annie get caught out by the Thresh. A double flay, very effective. The Sivir will come out a very nice dark passage, allowing her to catch up. Graves does dodge the second boomerang blade. However, Annie does not have her stun up. It looks like Graves will go down here.
Yeah, it's a great
Thresh flashing away. He was ignited by Annie at the end there.
Rengar looking for some action in the top lane. Maokai making the roll up, not yet going to get spotted out by these minions. Rek'Sai also up in the top. I'm going to see a gank and a counter gank situation. I believe neither jungler being spotted out yet.
Indeed, we will see Rek'Sai coming out there. Rengar going back. We will see Maokai engaging onto the Rek'Sai so low.
Fizz ult stopping the Maokai. Maokai still gets the kill there, though, stuck under the turret a little bit longer than he wants to be. Fizz comes back, and it's going to cost Fizz his life, though, as Maokai comes back in for the double.
The Xerath ult. And we do see a pause coming out from the
blue side. Pause there. Not quite sure what that one's about. And mid ultimate from the Xerath. Not really the ideal time for a pause at all, but I would assume something awkward has happened for them. We did just see Fizz and Rek'Sai, and we're about to see, I believe... Who is that? Oh, Maokai go down in response in the top lane. They are saying disconnect Fizz. Apparently disconnecting, which would explain the results of him going back, and they're not really trying to get back away despite being low. I thought he went a little bit ham there.
Indeed.
But it could have been the result of a disconnect. So seeing this pause, if that is the case, completely acceptable.
He did land his ultimate.
That was fairly early on in the fight, though.
Indeed, and he did, yeah.
Alright, guys, so just gonna wait out this pause time. So Fizz having already gone down, they really probably should have waited to pause until the Xerath ult had finished. So we will speak to them after the match should they progress, which they will actually progress to the finals match or the bronze match either way. So we'll remind them of the appropriateness of their pauses, making sure they're not doing that during key gameplay moments as the rules do require.
Indeed, pauses at key points in the game, sort of. But Xerath does not care, does land the last hit. Third time's the charm, Maokai goes down.
Indeed, Maokai successful dodging that last hit, the last hit from the second hit of the ultimate from the Xerath, despite the pause timer coming back up from the blue team. Xerath, however, with the last hit available, still his third ultimate shot does secure that kill. Seeing Rengar make his way towards the mid lane here, we could see them potentially trying to secure an early mid lane turret. I mean, we are almost 12 minutes in, so not the earliest turret possible, but would be the first turret of the game. So I consider that one, you know, an early turret for them. A decent call should they be able to do it. Rengar still making his way in here, and Rek'Sai tries to tunnel himself to safety, but doesn't quite get out of range there. Ends up going down, keeping that turret alive, however.
Indeed, Lysandra, and the great Thresh plays landing that long-range flay, and also Lysandra with the ignite there. That last damage, Rek'Sai thinking she could escape, potentially, but probably not. Lysandra with that last auto to finish her off.
So Fizz left alone in that top lane for a little while, going to get some pressure against the top lane outer. It looks like Rengar won't be too long until he returns. Sivir and Maokai were down in the bottom lane, while Graves and Annie tried to get a bit of pressure against the bottom lane outer turret as well. Again, mitigating that damage. Looks like the first dragon has gone down to the red side, which we saw not too long ago. Not yet seeing the respawn timer on this dragon's red side. Will secure a scuttle crab for themselves as they make the roam down the bottom half of the River's Rush, also throwing a sight ward into the crab, which will spot out a vision ward from the blue team. Looks like Rek'Sai is going to clear out the sight ward before Thresh can come back in and take vision control.
Thresh going, Thresh going into the Rengar, hitting the abilities, and of course proccing the Spellblade passive of the Sheen. Getting some pretty decent poking, do some pretty good damage fairly quickly onto the Rengar. Rengar with the doubles Jordan Blade and Brutalizer, sort of at a disadvantage to the Fizz, who is well on his way to a Trinity Force. See Lysandra engaging hard, but Xerath with the return damage, and Rek'Sai right there trying to make something happen. We do see Maokai is bringing up the rear. He will hit his Twisted Advance, and
in trouble there.
But Lysandra is taken down. Looks like Xerath will be taking it down as well. Double kill going over to the Maokai. Fizzult landing onto the Rengar, flashing away by the playful Trickster. The Dark Passage will come into play. Thresh landing the Death Sentence. And Maokai.
Fizz goes down. Unofficial triple kill for this Maokai. Can we be seeing the return of Tommy?
Indeed, Sivir doing a great job of last hitting those minions under the turret. Rek'Sai down 2 levels to the Maokai. Will go hard. Maokai popping his ultimate and engaging. He's going to be heading towards this top turret. Not able to avoid the turret hit. Those minions were not in range. But he will... both Rengar and Maokai recalling now. Maokai 8-1 is huge. We do see Annie. Flash Tibbers engagement. Xerath with the damage. The Ignite is able to finish him off. That is a 1-for-1, but Annie with the assist. They do pick up some extra gold for that. Very nice play there. The Death Sentence not landing.
Distraction there, guys. Just getting the bracket fully up to date. Looks like we had one more matchup concluding in the secondary tournament. So Team Counter Liquid and Team Goosh waiting on their opponents as those other 2 matches conclude. Again, we are in the semifinals of our main event as well. Currently watching Everlasting Vendetta face off against Sympathy for the Devil. Looks like our other semifinals matchup is actually just finished as well. So cheer up. Going to be the team that the winners of this matchup face off.
Indeed, we see Fizz doing a great job of farming in the top lane. However, Rengar is in the lead. Rek'Sai picking up her red buff there. We do see the dragon is up now. Both teams in position for Rek'Sai tunneling out. Is that a flash? Nope. That might have been a Twisted Advance. But we do see Annie recalling now. There are that blue ward will be spotted out. Red team are starting their second dragon. Graves hovering. We do see a caution ping. Graves does have his ultimate available. He could potentially see, but the Dark Passage around the back of the dragon pit. And Sivir getting that last hit. Xerath with the damage, putting out his ultimate. He misses the second. And
okay, trying to make some work happen here. Lysandra coming back in as well to this fight with Thresh. Rek'Sai will come in as well, but Sarath does go, leaving Rek'Sai 1 versus 3, and the death sentence connects Maokai.
Landing.
Not caring about the turret right now. Rek'Sai trying this escape again, gets the second dodge, so it's actually going to work for him this time.
It looks like Rek'Sai will escape Annie with the flash stun, enough to deter the chase. We do see the Fizz ult missing. However, it looks like the red team will pick up their first turret of the game, this middle turret, the Flay onto the Annie, the follow-up death sentence. Maokai with the engage picks up the kill, the ignite not with enough damage to finish off the Thresh. So we do see in this bottom lane, Graves does miss the smoke screen. Sivir is up a level, the Boomerang doing massive amounts of damage now. We do see Fizz with the engage hard onto the Rengar from the bush, the playful Trickster doing damage. Can he finish him off? Most likely will be able to. Yes, he does. So Fizz 3-3-1 definitely should be able to pick up his Trinity Force soon. Rengar unfortunately having to rush his Mercury Treads for that magic resist against the Fizz.
Yeah,
Looks like he's
an interesting situation that Rengar's been put into. He dominated the early portion of the game, but as Fizz reached level 6, he really came into his own, as we know Fizz is to do. And while I battled on Graves, picking up a bottom lane turret, Fizz is going to do the same in the top lane. But again, Rengar put into an odd position here. He is still up in farm, but Fizz has picked up 3 kills onto the Rengar. Now Fizz has his completed Sheena, has completed phase on his way to that Trinity Force.
We do see Annie caught out here, Maokai engaging, able to do lots of damage, picking up the kill from, I believe, a sapling, or maybe just popping his ultimate.
Oh, and looking down at those items again, I apologize. Rengar actually still on par with the Fizz, completing his Yumus as Fizz completes the Trinity Force. So I believe Yumus a little bit less expensive, so being a little bit slower, they're going for Miracle Fizz, also with a second level boost, so fairly even in that top lane. However, in the jungles, Rek'Sai sitting 0-4-4, 56 farm, directly even in farm with Maokai. But this is Maokai sitting at 10-1-1, has been a monster. Blue team is going to need to shut him down if they really want to start picking up turrets, picking up the objectives. However, even in turrets still.
Indeed, Maokai going hard onto the Rek'Sai. Lots of damage coming out here. The threshold coming out. The Annie stun from the Tibbers. Rek'Sai will escape here. Xerath poke not doing nearly as much to the Maokai as, say, the Lissandra. Maokai now finished the Iron Locket of the Iron Solari. Not entirely familiar with that.
No, the death sentence onto the Raptor.
Indeed, Thresh in a bit of danger here. The Xerath ult coming out, not landing.
When did Tibbers come out there? Oh, Lissandra onto this, and Annie chunked down really quickly there.
Yeah, Lissandra with a Morellonomicon and her Seeker's Armor, but especially those Sorcerer shoes with that added magic penetration, because Annie, of course, has that small magic resist item, the Null Cloak, or Negatron. It's not a Negatron cloak, it's a Null Magic Mantle, right? Alright, so Lissandra able to get that damage out because of the penetration from her Sorcerer shoes. So she will be going for that Zhonya's. So the Zhonya's with her ultimate definitely able to, you know, instead of always having to ult herself in defense, she'll have that Zhonya's available, which she does pick up now. For that defense, able to use her ultimate to, of course, lock down enemy team members. And of course, the Maokai at 10-1 will spot out this blue side ward. It will pop that Raptor passing.
Try and contest as the ward does go in spots out the right side. Graves also coming in here. I don't think Maokai is really concerned about going 2 versus 1, but Annie coming in here. She does get spotted out. Looks like Maokai, however, still not concerned as Lissandra and Thresh are both in. There's a teleport coming down from the Rengar as well. Will leave Fizz on top. The top lane after it's already gone. It's going to be a big play as Rek'Sai goes down. Annie now being focused by the Maokai. However, Tibber's going to try and keep Malachi over, and he gets locked on Rengar coming. The Ignite onto the Rengar. He gets stunned out here momentarily. Serath gonna throw the ultimate, gets one, gets two onto Rengar. Rengar goes down. The third hit does connect onto Lysandra, but not quite enough to finish her off. Thresh trying to flay Fizz away, but Fizz picks up a double kill here. A 3-for-2 trade overall in favor of Everlasting Vendetta in that fight. Fizz, however, trying to make this one a 4-for-2 as he comes in after Lysandra. Lysandra does go down. A successful play by this Fizz. Fizz now sitting 6-3 is starting the snowball.
Indeed, we do see another pause coming out. I don't believe that Lysandra popped her Zonias there. So potentially some... No, we do see Lysandra does give us a disconnect explanation, so potentially not her having trouble. So if we look at this, fairly even, the red side slightly up in kills, but with 2 dragons to their name. However, with Lysandra down, the blue team will have an advantage for this dragon, which is up in 15 seconds. So they won't have their ADC for partial of that, but of course only the ADC is up on the red team. We do see Fizz is in a position to push this final outer turret in the mid lane. So potentially we're going to see them be able to capture their first dragon and start a turret advantage.
Yeah, we saw them win that last team fight, so they are in a good position now, despite being down those 2 dragons, despite being down a couple kills. Even in turrets, and they're... This is a great position to be in.
I'm getting some sort of static. Interesting. Now it's gone.
Mic being a little bit weird. Oh, the pause timer will come down here. Both sides saying they're ready to go. Fizz in the middle lane with Serath.
Indeed, it is. I don't hear. We see Fizz going hard onto the server, popping her ult, but being immediately locked down by the Xerath.
This is the power he is, though not fully. He is starting with the Trinity Force. This is the AD build we tend to.
I am still getting some feedback or static.
Sorry guys, just trying to diagnose some technical difficulties here.
Again, let us know in the Twitch chat if you are hearing what I'm hearing. It could just be my Skype call. Alright, so we do see the red team start this dragon, but the blue team is all positioned right in the back. We do see Rek'Sai going in. She does miss her smite. Maokai does hit it. The Xerath ult not connecting. We do see some back over the pit. Flashes Lysandra ulting herself. The Xerath stun missing. Lysandra with does go down to the Fizz ult there. Rek'Sai being taken super low. We do see Rengar trying to make things happen. Rengar picking up a double kill onto the Graves. We see Graves with a double kill himself. Fizz with a triple kill. That red buff coming into play. The ace for the blue team. And they should be able to take down this middle inner turret there. Fizz 10-3-3 in response to the Maokai being 10-3-4, just able to pick up those kills onto the Rengar in the top lane and snowball himself phenomenally with the Trinity Force and Blade of the Ruin King, just able to out-sustain this Rengar completely. So that inner turret will give the blue team Everlasting Vengeance a 2-turret advantage. They are now standing at 4 turrets, 2-2. However, Sympathy for the Devil able to still maintain their dragon dominance. However, the blue side now with the gold advantage. We do see that the farm is fairly even. Xerath with a slight advantage over the Lysandra, but Sivir with a slight advantage over the Graves. Graves, however, 3, 3, and 4 compared to Sivir 1, 3, and 0. With those upgraded, the Berserker's Greaves, Static Shiv, Infinity Edge, and a Vampiric Scepter, definitely in a position to 1v1 the Sivir. However, the Fizz threat is real. Fizz now with a Giant's Belt, potentially picking up either a Randuin's or a Rylai's.
We've actually seen the Fizzes in previous matchups go for the Frozen Heart, which seems really non-standard, but it worked out really well.
Fizz will be caught out by the Rengar there. The Fizz all coming out, but Lissandra ulting Rengar will be able to get the shutdown.
Play there for the red team. And guys, let's note the static has adjusted from you trying to get our mic shot. Thresh gets locked down as the ultimate comes out from the Sarath. Going to have the juice coming through. The third hit comes through, not going to connect.
Indeed, Thresh doing a great job of avoiding Xerath, attempting to predict those movement patterns, just not able to finish him off. We will see the Rek'Sai ultimate coming down in response to Sivir pushing in on this bottom inner turret, trying to get the first one. She will back off and be taken down by the Tibbers. Nothing she could really do there.
Yeah, the great play there. I believe by the purple side picking up, no, blue side picking up the kill onto that Tibber, evening out the kill score here. Right now, 22-22 as far as kills are concerned, with the goal score being only about 2,000 in the divergence. Blue side with that lead, 46.72, 44.9. They do have a 2-turret advantage here with that 4-2.
We do see Xerath landing the stun.
Lockdown. Lysandra tries to go back in onto him. Looks like it's not going to happen though.
Thresh is available. The Dark Passage will come through. Xerath ulting away. The Death Sentence lands Rengar going hard. We'll see if Rek'Sai is able to make something happen. She does land the knockup, and Fizz is able to finish her off. The Xerath ult coming out does not land. Looking for that Lysandra, but she does manage to get away. So the blue team immediately going for this Baron.
28 minutes in is, I want to say, a standard time for Baron. With the Season 5 changeover, it's a fairly early...
Death Sentence lands onto the Fizz. He will avoid the boomerang, not able to finish it off, and Rek'Sai will get a successful smite.
Indeed, a successful Baron there for the blue team again, guys. Everlasting Vendetta on the blue side with... Let me scroll back up here. Sympathy
for the devil.
Sympathy for the devil. I knew it's for the devil, but it's always this sympathy that's getting me. A new word for my vocabulary.
Indeed. Sympathy has no place on the Rift. So we do see, I believe, either Graves or Xerath rotating down to pick up to start this bottom lane pushing. The Rek'Sai ult. The dragon is up in roughly 10 seconds. Blue team would be at an advantage with this Baron buff to try to pick up the first dragon. We do see a bit of poke coming out from Lysandra. The Xerath farm stun does miss. Thresh being taken down very low. We do see engages Lysandra coming out. Lysandra finishing off the Andy, the Flash Tibbers. You do see Graves in lots of trouble here. His Sivir will pick up the kill. Red team
Looks like that will be a full stack of dragon going down. On to sympathy for the devil here. We do see, I guess, Sarath in range could throw the ultimate in there. A bit of damage onto the Maokai. The dragon is very low. Sarath does not manage to steal the Maokai, securing the fourth dragon, the fourth team.
Fizz doing a good job of responding with their second inner turret in the top lane. Red team doing a great job of, yeah, like you said, controlling this dragon, getting their fourth stack. The red team's blue buff is up, so it'll be interesting to see if Lysandra rotates for us or just goes straight into pushing this middle lane. Blue team potentially a bit of a waste of a Baron there. 3 of their members now without the Baron buff.
And looking down at this map, we're seeing some great vision control and a number of burrows coming out from the right side, all over their side now. Going to have a lot of mobility there for their jungler. Of course, not being all that effective quite yet. We'll see how they do as we get later on. Maokai still really in the best position for his team, but Fizz has actually exceeded his score so far. We're going to see the red side bottom lane inner turret go down here as well. A great rotation there as of 4, if not 5 of their team members actually end up in the bottom lane. Rex side jumps back up at the top and looking to relieve a little bit of pressure from their lane.
Indeed we do, however, see her immediately pinged out by the red team. The death sentence landing onto the Graves. He is chunked down super quick. Xerath landing the stun onto Rengar. The red team potentially not able to make something happen. The Fizz ult landing onto the Maokai. The Tibber stun. Maokai popping his ultimate immediately, not taking virtually any damage there. Very tanky with that Spirit's Visage and a Giant's Belt. Definitely the tank they need, not the tank they deserve.
Oh.
No, that was just a Batman reference.
Oh, I know. Line. Alright, looking back over at this map here, guys, we still have a fairly even game. Blue side growing their lead a little bit here, nearly up to that 3,000 gold mark from about 2,000 about 5 minutes ago. They are down by 3 kills, but now up by 4 turrets. However, those 4 turrets have an advantage are 4 dragons they have against them, seeing now a 0-4 dragon score. Team Sympathy, there we go, Sympathy for the Devil, looking for their 5th dragon stack when it respawns.
So we do see them picking up this Scuttle Crab. Scuttle Crab, definitely something you want to pick up, before engagements. Just gives your team either the escape or the engage that they need to make something happen. We do see recalls coming out from the red team. Rengar now with the finish his Hydra, and her Yomu's definitely able to put out lots of damage. And of course with that Hex Drinker and the Mercury Shreds, some good magic resist. Fizz actually, instead of looks like he might be going for the Frozen Heart, like you said after this, but he did in fact build the Frozen Mallet.
That's probably actually a really good choice for him, actually, because a little bit of AD gives him a little bit of health and gives him that slow mechanic every time he lands a hit, which is going to be huge since Fizz is really all about sticking to your target. I mean, it's already built into his kit, but having a little bit of help doing so, not going to hurt.
Definitely, especially against that Rengar who's going to pop his Yomus for some extra attack speed and movement speed. So Fizz able to just negate that with the Blade of the Rune King activation and the Frozen Heart Pass. So we do see the Silver ult pop. We do see the Thresh Flash engage. Annie will go down here, but Xerath picking up a kill onto the Lysandra. We do see Maokai and Silver flashing over the wall there to pick up the kill onto the Xerath. So that is currently a 2-for-1 for the blue team. We do see, however, Graves pick up a kill onto the Silver. Red team in trouble now. Fizz picking up the kill onto the Thresh. Maokai in trouble from the Rek'Sai. Rengar in trouble from the Fizz. Fizz with the double kill. Maokai virtually at no health now. We see Fizz rushing as fast as he can, but Graves will pick up the ace. So a 2-for-5 for the blue team with the incredible turnaround. Baron is up, and they are heading for it. Fizz with, I believe, the Rune King, Trinity Force, and the Frozen Mallet and another Giant's Belt. Definitely able to sustain and tank this. Rek'Sai definitely tanky enough herself, and Graves able to put out the damage. You see Graves has picked up a Quicksilver Satchel, going for that Mercurial Scimitar, potentially against the Lysandra ult there, or even the Death Sentence.
Tries to steal the Baron away, but no dice. There's going to be the second Baron going down to the blue team. However, Lysandra picks up the first kill here as Fizz goes down. Going to pop her. Zong is trying to get the second one. We have Rengar coming in. Rengar steals the kill away, taking down the Graves. Seralpa comes through as well there. That is what finishes off Lysandra, leaving Rengar by himself against this Rek'Sai. However, he's going to be assisted by the Sivir and a Thresh coming in. Looks like Annie, I believe. A little bit too close in the fight, but will...
Indeed. So a very good response by the red team here. We will see them probably be able to pick up this 5th dragon uncontested. So that is their 5th dragon at the 36 minutes mark. We do see Rengar finally finishing off this top outer turret. Looks like he might even be able to push in on that top inner turret. Actually, no, Rek'Sai, Graves, and Fizz will all respawn in time. Rengar will recall. And pick up a Giant's Belt and a Kindle Gem. So looking for that Spirit's Visage. Definitely a good idea for him. Definitely against the Fizz. Wait, the Giant's Belt and the Kindle Gem. So, not sure what that item builds into. No, the Rengar. With the Giant's Belt and the Kindle Gem.
You know what, with the recent itemization changes, I'm not completely sure where that's going either. We'll find out momentarily, though.
Anyone in the Twitch chat, if you have any insight, it could be that he will just, with the Kindle Gem, go into eventually a Spirit's Visage, the Giant's Belt into a Randuin's, and the Hex Drinker, of course, into the Moth Malmortius. However, usually the last 3 items you don't try to complete with only 1 item built into them.
Indeed. However, Rengar not really in the greatest doing, could be just utilizing his gold as best he can. However, normally you do see people trying to get at least 2 of their items together there. So we're seeing the Hexbreaker completed. Would be alright to see him starting a 4th item before he completes the Maul of Malmortius, but starting 3 separate items at the same time tends to not work out well for anybody.
Yeah, so we do see the red team completely spotted out here by a couple blue team wards. Blue team doing a very good job of keeping their jungle warded. This game fairly back and forth in terms of kills. It seems as though the blue team will pick up an ace, but then the red team will spawn with a couple of kills and then pick up the dragon. Blue team will then take the Baron. Definitely lots of action happening in this semifinals match.
Oh, speaking of those dragons, purple side still empowered by that 5th stack of dragon. We'll see that time out fairly shortly, I believe, putting them back down to 4 until dragon respawns, and potentially blue side finally steals one away.
Indeed, we could see them start to get dragon control. Definitely, the red team gonna be attempting to make sure that they don't. Definitely making sure that they never achieve the dragon. Definitely more important than, say, stopping a 2nd or 3rd dragon. Stopping the first, of course, with that attack damage. Graves actually going for the finishing his Bloodthirster, actually not finishing the Mercurial Scimitar.
Probably a good choice. We're going to give him a little bit more damage, give him a little bit better sustain as well.
Indeed, he does have some good attack speed from the Static Shiv and the Berserker's Greaves. Sivir on her way to a GA already. You see the Xerath ult coming out, will not be able to finish off Lysandra. She will get away with a sliver of health. She does start her recall.
Well for that Sivir as well.
The Rek'Sai ult sort of only traveling the distance that Home Guards would have taken her anyways. We do see Fizz get spotted out by a nice sapling from Maokai. Blue team pushing up this mid lane. We do see the red team is in position. We see the Rengar ult pop. He goes hard. He will be hit by the Fizz ultimate. However, Fizz is locked down and isolated by Lissandra. Bleed taken out. We do see Maokai and Thresh engaging onto the rest of the team. Very tanky at this point. We see Rek'Sai trying to make something happen onto Lissandra. Maokai unsure as to whether or not she needs help. Rek'Sai will burrow away, and no other kills at this point. Xerath with the stun poke onto Thresh, chunking him down to almost half health. We do see the Xerath ult coming down, not able to do that much damage to Lissandra, still having about a third, almost to a half of her health. So only Fizz taken down in that fight, and a huge minion wave pushing towards this red sign top lane. Rengar definitely going to enjoy that fight.
Going to take a decent amount of pressure, but Rengar and Sivir will be responding to that.
Also a fairly large minion wave in this bottom lane too. At least there was a couple seconds ago. Lissandra melting that with a Q.
Yeah, and that is the wave clear from a late game Lissandra. Sivir also in the same position there. Huge wave clear potential from her Boomerang and Ricochet.
Yeah, we do see both Xerath and Lissandra are... Xerath is almost at full build. He just needs to get an enchantment for his boots, but he is practically full build. He does have all his damage items, able to do massive amounts of poke.
Indeed, kind of curious whether the Sarath going to end up upgrading his boots, swapping his boots, or potentially selling his boots for a 6th item here.
Could be possible. We do see the Sivir ult pop now. Annie could be in trouble. She does flash over the backside of the red buff. Dragon is up in 10 seconds, so they won't have the Sivir ultimate for that. However, Lissandra trying to make something happen around. We just see Maokai advance, pop his ultimate, the Fizz ult, not really doing that much damage. You see Rengar picking up the kill onto Xerath. Blue team going, but Lissandra in potential dangers here. We do see Fizz picking up the kill at the end. That will be a second kill onto the Rek'Sai by Sivir. Rengar not able to finish off Annie, taking too many turret hits.
Annie actually successful getting away from that. Kind of surprised me. Looked like Rengar had that under control.
Indeed, Rengar choosing to just back off and go for this dragon instead of, taking the kill. Definitely a good idea. Those death timers are starting to get fairly high. I believe that they're probably around 50 seconds. We do see them
I think it's
rebuff their 5th dragon buff. Is that an appropriate term? Rebuff? I don't know.
Yeah, they pick up their 2nd 5th dragon stack here. Kind of an awkward way to put it. It's going to be the 6th dragon, giving them their 5th dragon stack back.
The Fizz all coming out, only catching the Thresh River, doing lots of damage. He will be focused down. Rengar picking the kill up onto the Graves. Rengar with the sustain, sliver of health, still finishing off Annie. We do see the Rek'Sai ultimate coming out. She could try to make something happen. Rengar, though, able to quickly regain much of his health. The Xerath ult immediately picking up a kill onto the Thresh.
We really big
will see them pick up the Baron. Rek'Sai attempting to smite steal, but we will see Rengar going hard. We will see the Randuins pop there. Sivir does finish off, pick up the kill. Xerath.
So about 30 seconds till Graves, Fizz, and the Annie all come back up. We're going to see at least one inhibitor turret going down here, if I'm not mistaken. We just saw Red Team pick up their 5th dragon, their 6th dragon technically, give them that 5th stack of dragon. They picked up a Baron, their first Baron of the game. They're going to pick up, they picked up 4 kills. Well, they're going to pick up the inner turret. They're going to pick up the inhibitor turret as well here, and I believe, as I was saying, this inhibitor, yes, will go down before Annie comes back onto the map.
Indeed, those Baron buff minions definitely able to tank those hits, and of course, lots of damage coming out from Rengar, Lissandra and Sivir.
Lissandra stealing away the blue buff from the blue team there.
Yes, indeed. Starve your enemy when they're at a disadvantage. So we will see Rengar getting this bottom lane pushing. That is the only lane for the blue team that still has that inner turret. And with those super minions going to be pushing down the middle lane, definitely going to have going to be hard for the blue team to maintain that solid defense. They will have to eventually abandon the bottom or top lane, depending on which the red team is pushing. They will have to abandon it to deal with the super minions, which will end up going hard onto their Nexus turrets. Do you see Maokai attempting to make something happen under the turret? They still have the Baron buff, so they will have those empowered minions able to actually attack the turret. It will go down there, so that is actually the red team for the first time in a long time with the turret advantage.
Indeed, now 7 turrets to 6 here. Seeing red side with about a 6,000 gold lead after that last turret goes down. They're down 2 Barons to 1, technically, but they did pick up the last Baron. They're seeing their 5th dragon stack expire again here as well. They are 6 dragons to 0 though as well. Teamfight will break out here. Rek'Sai taking a little bit of pressure there. Looks like Maokai and Lissandra both took a decent amount of damage. So no Lissandra not in that fight, so just Maokai caught out there.
Indeed, Lissandra was hit with the Fizz ult and had to Q away. I don't believe her flash was available, but then she was also chunked down a bit by the Xerath ult. Rengar was also engaged by the Fizz after that Fizz with that Frozen Heart. Play the Rune King and another Giant's Belt. Looked like he was able to out-sustain the Rengar. Rengar now almost at full build, has completed his Randuin's and the Spirit's Visage. But Maokai with the Banshee's Veil, Spirit's Visage, Lock of the Iron Solari, and the Warmog's just supremely tanky.
Indeed, that is a lot of health on this Maokai.
Is that the Cinderhulk? He gets 609 bonus health. He now gets a bonus 959 health from that jungle item, using it to its full potential. Definitely seeing that come into play as when he is we saw him take a Fizz ult and the Tibbers ult, and with nary a scratch. But the red team doing a great job of, it seems as though the blue team, with the steady objective turret control, was doing, in the lead. But we see Fizz caught out here. The Death Sentence Lissandra all immediately chunked down. He is down for the count. This is huge for the red team.
Could be the game.
Indeed, with Fizz going down there, they have Fizz has with this build has a great combination of being fairly tanky, but also able to put out massive amounts of damage. So they're definitely losing one of their key players. We will see.
Bottom lane inhibitor. The inhibitor gets chunked down so quickly here with that turret gone. It's going to be hard for blue team to defend the inhibitor. The inhibitor looks like it will be going down here. Blue team making the right choice there to turtle onto their Nexus turrets, keeping their 4 remaining members alive to try and keep the game going.
Xerath trying to pick up Thresh here. The Tibbers will land, but not onto who they wanted. Maokai able to deter the rest of the team. Dark Passage coming from the Thresh, able to rejoin, and that is fully successful. And with the Dragon now live, they will have their 5th Dragon buff. Very impressive. So that is the 7th Dragon of the game in 50 minutes.
Yeah, that is the 7th Dragon
5,
going
6,
down.
7. Yeah, there's
over 7. To Team Sympathy for the Devil. So
indeed, it seems as though they don't need any sympathy.
Maybe that sympathy worked out in their favor. You do the Devil a favor or two, and you win some games, apparently. I mean, the Maokai's been on a fire all game. Lissandra doing very well as well. Rengar has performed very admirably, scaling fairly well against the Fizz. Sivir and Thresh are fairly well in the lead over the Graves, at least as far as the farm is concerned. We're seeing Sivir up a few kills on the Graves as well, so again, very well in the bottom lane, but both sides performing at a very high level here tonight. We're seeing 31 to 39 kills, 6 turrets to 8. Only about a 6,000 gold difference. And we are 50 minutes into this game.
Indeed, so we do see the red team moving in on this middle inhibitor that will get deleted. And it looks like they are rotating, probably trying to make something happen with these super minion waves. Actually, the Baron is up in 20 seconds. They could be rotating towards that. Now the Zerathal coming out not to virtually no avail.
Yeah, it looks like Simulator Devil will take down this blue buff from the blue team and move on towards that Baron pick potentially. No, Silver splitting off into the top lane here, looking to relieve the minion pressure, potentially get some pressure for themselves up into this top lane. It's the last remaining inhibitor turret for undeniable vendetta. Oh my. Everlasting Vendetta. I apologize, guys. Everlasting Vendetta on the blue side with sympathy for the devil. On the pro side, 50 minutes into a game, it's sometimes hard to remember the bracket you looked at the beginning of the matchup.
Indeed. And we do see Sympathy for the Devil rotating towards this top lane, going for that final inhibitor turret, trying to get all the lanes going. Now we do see the Flash engage, lots of ultimate, like Maokai in the back lane, just distracting everyone. Lysandra, however, was picked off.
And that's actually a successful play there for Everlasting that are going to force Team Sympathy for the Devil out of their base here, despite them being Baron and Power Brand, despite not having two of their inhibitors. They might actually be able to get this mid lane inhibitor back up onto the map, get their bottom lane inhibitor back on the map about a minute and a half later, and potentially turn this game back around in their favor. We saw them make that pick on Lysandra, though Maokai we saw absorb damage from not only that inhibitor turret, but 4 members from Everlasting Vendetta. So if they can take the team down around the Maokai, they may be successful looking to take down the inhibitor turrets against them as well.
Indeed, but all the blue team can do at this point is just deal with the super minions, just try to farm out as much as they can. It looks like virtually everybody's at full build. We do see Grace picked up 2 Phantom Dancers. Very interesting. You would think that he would go for potentially the Static Shiv.
Yeah, with the introduction of the Static Shiv, normally you see that as a great item, but with full build, I think the Phantom Dancer may offer him a little bit more utility in the end.
Indeed, attack speed and critical strike chance.
Also gives him, I believe, a 5 or 10% movement speed buff as well.
I think the movement speed, the Static Shiv gets you 6%, and the Phantom gives you 5. But Phantom Dancer also gives you the ability to move through minions, which is definitely advantageous if you are, say, turret diving or escaping or
body blocked by those minions can make a big difference in many situations.
So we do see Lysandra rotating to this bottom lane, trying to make something happen on that bottom inhibitor to get those super minions back on the warpath. However, she's not careful. If Annie will be able to flash engage. She does have her flash and Tibbers available.
And bottom lane inhibitor is back up, meaning the mid lane inhibitor has gone back up and gone back down already. In a previous play, looks like red side will be successful taking down the bottom lane inhibitor for a second time in this game, which is really not what Everlasting Vendetta was looking for. But it didn't look like they had much of a choice there, looking to save their members alive so they can keep these Nexus turrets alive.
Indeed, Dragon is up in 40 seconds. We do see the red team pinging it out. The Zerath ult attempting to catch Lysandra out. Lysandra fairly. We do see Sivir as well picking up 2 Phantom Dancers. So definitely something to note for those of you watching on Twitch chat. Double Phantom Dancer is the thing.
Also, something we hadn't noted, I believe, is that The Maokai has actually sold his Cinder Hulk empowered jungle item. Looks like he's gone for the Righteous Glory over that, I believe.
Indeed, at this point, having that chilling smite.
And the 8th dragon goes down to Sympathy for the Devil. That is 8-0 as far as dragons are concerned. 2 for 2 for Barons, and 6-8 as far as turrets are concerned. About a 6,000 goal difference still between these two teams. And we are 55, nearly 56 minutes into this game. The Million Hipper has come back up for Everlasting Vendetta, but we do have the red team looking to siege back down onto it again.
So big thanks to Clan Rosali explaining that with the double Phantom Dancer and Infinity Edge, you have a 90% critical chance to hit.
And with a 90% chance, that's 1 in 10 potentially not hitting, and that's, with bad luck, because with 90% chance to hit, I like to go 95. So we do see that inhibitor dropping in the mid lane again. It's going to be the 5th inhibitor taken down here by Team Sympathy for the Devil. Mid lane inhibitor, I believe, going down 3 times. And the bottom lane 1 twice. Of course, we do have Everlasting Vendetta still not willing to give up their 56 minutes in. Still a very close game. They're mounting a huge defense. But while I was battling on there, Sivir with the 1,000 damage auto attack onto the Wolves. This is a huge amount of damage coming out here. And I imagine Graves is going to be in more or less the same position, potentially doing a tiny bit more since Sivir does have the Guardian Angel.
Indeed, at this point, though, it would be even for them. Graves would have to finish that Mercurial Scimitar to get extra bonus damage.
Oh yeah, they are, I guess, completely identical in their builds, aside from the last item, where Sivir has completed her Guardian Angel, and Graves has started the Mercurial Scepter, but does not have any additional AD from the item he has from that currently.
So Rengar will be spotted out under that turret. We see the teleport coming up from the Fizz. The Death Sentence lands, though, and we do see Maokai engaging with his ultimate. Rek'Sai being chunked quite down. Lysandra going over the back, trying to pick up the kill. We see the Zonias coming out. Rengar picks up the kill onto the Xerath. See Graves being hit by the Death Sentence. See the flashes coming up. Graves is chunked down by the Sivir. And that is a 2-for-1 for the red team. They picked up that last inhibitor turret and the inhibitor. This looks like it could be game. They're going on to these nexus. We do see Rengar chunking down that turret. However, Fizz picking up the kill onto the Lysandra. We see Sivir doing a great job of trying to kite away. They're going on to the second nexus turret. The Rek'Sai ult immediately getting the knock up onto Rengar. He flashes away. Fizz trying to make the kill. The Death Sentence lands. Fizz goes down to the Thresh Sivir.
Second Nexus turret pops to the minion pressure. We may see the Nexus going down here to pressure. No, to the champions as they come back in. This will be the game in favor of Sympathy for the Devil. But with that last second pause, that is a little bit disconcerting, fellows.
Indeed, once the game is over, any concerns or queries can always be dealt with not on stream.
Indeed. Seeing this is a little bit, generally I'd say BM, unless of course somebody's going to send into all chat and say, hey, you know what, get the last GG out there. Maybe Crimer with his self-plug here. But I thought you meant, in the end game screen for the lobby, which I imagine he would be doing. So somebody pausing the game. I can't quite see who paused it. Do the interface. I can actually change that around. Where's my A? There we go. Close that. Hit A. So indeed a blue side pause. That is going to result in disqualification here. They did have one more match to play in the bronze match where they could get 3rd or 4th place and get prizing for the evening. However, I'm seeing over a minute of pause time expiring here. Red side, for some reason, not unpausing the game against them. One moment. Do have communication. Okay, I'm getting confirmation from team members. The game actually did on pause within a few seconds there, so I may take back my comments about his golf game. Potentially just a little bit of weirdness happening here, but I am seeing other odd reports coming in about the team. So, guys, I will need to take 2 minutes here while we get our finals matchup set up to see if the team losing this semifinals matchup will be moving on into the bronze match or ending up disqualified for their post-game antics. And again, do apologize for bringing the admin issue to the attention of the stream, guys. Normally we would, try and deal with these things quietly, not make a huge dramatic deal out of it. And I apologize for the black screen there as well. Looking for my invite into the finals. Alright, so again, just looking for my invite here. Looks like both teams agreeing there to take a 5-10 minute break while they get the finals and matchup set up here. Potentially looking for my invite while they get the lobby set up, though. No reason not to sit in a lobby. Let me look at your cool summoner names, icons, and rankings while we wait. Alright, and here's our invite. We have the Sympathy for the Devil forming up the matchup, though technically it's up to Cheer Up to do so. I did ask Sympathy for the Devil for that invite, though, so they could just be taking the initiative there. Looking for the rosters from both teams here. Should be all good. We have Spruce, Faxon, Senjutsu, Jagiano, IXOU, Huge, and DRMU, as well as Ninjakin, potentially playing for Cheer Up this evening. Again, all summoner names that I'm fairly familiar with. I believe Ninjakin, potentially the TSM sub. I thought it was Faxon for some reason last week, or maybe I'm just completely crazy and I'm going to Google this before I make a fool of myself even further.
Alrighty, so just waiting for
Clan Rand Saley. Just saying.
Oh.
I got the phonetic from Clan Rand there going like, you guys mispronounced my name. I mean, it's traditional for us to butcher everybody's names.
Wouldn't be a complete tournament without mispronounced names.
guys. So again, heading into our finals matchup here.
Alright, so we do see the final member of Sympathy for the Devil loading in to this
Indeed, waiting on one more summoner from the look of things. We do have Senjutsu sitting in the spectator slot with us, but they do need one more member to make that 5 from both teams.
Alright, so we did see quite the drawn out game in the last match. Lots of action happening, lots of back and forth. We did see Sympathy for the Devil with that just dominating dragon control, able to pick up 8 dragons over the course of the game. Crazy stuff. Malachi, of course, snowballing himself quite early on, and then later on we saw him then able to get kills, for his mid laner, Lysandra, who ended up with the majority of the kills on her team, but also Sivir there. We did see at one point she was about 1-4-1, but finished with, I believe maybe 7 or 8 kills and only, those only 5 deaths. Definitely, great turnaround for the red team. We saw the blue team definitely with lots of turret control and objective control. I believe the blue team even picked up the first Baron, but then red team was able to make some turnarounds, catch out members of the blue side, and punish them for their mistakes. They did finish the game, I believe, in just under an hour. Pretty cool to have a TSM sub. I believe there was some LCS action today. I, however, unfortunately was not able to tune in. I'll have to catch up at a later time. Thankfully, the games are posted to YouTube. Are still waiting from 2 members of this blue side. So the final game is Team Cheer Up versus Sympathy for the Devil. Team Cheer Up on the blue side and Sympathy for the Devil on the red side. Alrighty. Alrighty, so just waiting on the last two members. Alrighty, so just waiting on that final member. For the blue side. Apologies for the momentary breaks in the casting. Sometimes a little bit difficult to make things exciting on when nothing's really happening. All right, and we do see that last member of Cheer Up join in. We have readies from Sympathy for the Devil. Should be getting into this champion select or this finals match of the Not So Stock Semi-Pro tournament. We have on the blue side Cheer Up, and on the red side Sympathy for the Devil. We do see the Mahokai for the first band, definitely a Tommy specific band. We saw that Maokai at one point in the last game at 10-1 get super tanky, even at the end switching out his jungler item for a Righteous Glory. We will see Vi followed by Katarina, followed very quickly by Hecarim banned out here. Vi definitely a super strong jungler. We see Lee Sin as well banned out. Lee Sin with that early game snowball potential. We will see Nocturne as the final ban for the blue team. Very fast bans coming out here from both teams. It'll be interesting to see what the first pick is. We could see potentially see a lot of people able to first pick a Scion into the top lane, but they will go for potentially their support there. And if they have to, Morgana can always be taken to the mid lane. Not entirely so much in this higher tier, but definitely always a possibility. So they do a good job of only revealing their support there. Definitely not wanting, feeling confident enough in their counter picks to not pick up a first pick for either the mid lane or top lane or ADC. Even ADCs, definitely you want to make sure that you don't get hard countered. We do see an Aurelia Hubbard on this red side. Aurelia jungle, definitely an option there. We do see that Janna is locked in. Aurelia also able to be super successful in the top lane. Alrighty, so we see the Scion indeed as a potential top laner there. I don't know if they are assuming that is already a top lane. It definitely could be taken to the jungle. Probably going to be top lane. We will see Skarner chosen for as their jungler. Skarner definitely not the most common of picks, but a very strong in the right hands. We will see LeBlanc immediately locked in here for the red team, a highly mobile mid laner, which would potentially help. I believe that Morgana could be taken to the mid lane against her. Wouldn't be surprised if we do see the Graves locked in. Graves, of course, always having that dash available to dodge those dark bindings if Morgana is taken as support. So it looks like it will be Morgana support. We see the Ahri hovered with the Ignite. And we will be waiting for that final pick. It will be the ADC, but they do know it'll be Graves. So Jinx is hovered. Would be very interesting to see a Jinx. Definitely could work well against the Graves. Also Misfortune. The Ahri will be locked in, but we could see a switch from the Misfortune to something else last second. It will be locked in, so it will be a Misfortune Morgana bot lane versus the Graves Janna. We are just waiting for either the jungler or the top laner from the red side. So with this Jarvan pick, again, it could either be Irelia top lane or jungle, Jarvan top lane or jungle. We've definitely seen Jarvan taken to the top lane in the current meta, and Irelia taken to the jungle. And I am going to hand it over to the main man, Dark Orbs, for a second. Just going to hit the facilities, and I will be back.
Alright guys, so we are heading into the spectator delay period here. Momentarily, it looks like the Jarvan 4 will end up locked in there, so the Time Machines have about 60 seconds to finalize their runes masteries and their summoner spells, as well as trade around these champions should they need to. So we are seeing the Skarner traded up on to Ninjakin here. We will see some Skarner jungle, some Morgana. I was gonna say mid, but even with the Ignite onto her, that is going to be a support Morgana Ahri as their mid laner and a sign in the top lane with MF as the ADC for the blue side in this matchup. And again, guys, it is Team Cheer Up on the blue side with Team Sympathy for the Devil on the purple side. What appropriate names for this finals matchup. We have some devil worshippers and some people who just want you to be a little bit more happy. And of course, the purple side roster is going to be a Janna Graves bottom lane pair. Kind of weird we didn't see Janna banned out this matchup, seeing more targeted bans potentially there, as well as LeBlanc into the mid lane with Jarvan 4 in the jungle, and it appears to be an Aurelia as the top laner. We saw both Aurelia and Janna banned out in the last round of play, so not seeing them banned out this game. We are going to see Sympathy of the Devil pick those champions up. And with that, guys, we are into the spectator delay period here. Just going to take a moment, guys, clear out a few slots on my friends list. Had a comment in Twitch chat that there were some participants attempting to add me and saying I wasn't accepting their friends request, so it's probable that I've reached that 300 mark again. So if I remove anybody currently watching, I apologize. Why aren't you logged into the league? I only remove people who are offline. Try to go for people I don't recognize. I do know more Farley, but I have his contact information in other ways. There we go, some more random people. I apologize for the distraction. We are currently in our finals matchup, and Dark Corpse is back to what Dark Corpse does best. That's going to be shoutcasting this matchup. Again, guys, about 2 minutes of spectator delay remaining. Our finals matchup here is Team Cheer Up on the blue side, composed of Ninjakin, DRM Noob, Spruce, Senjutsu, and Gatuyano, facing off against Team Sympathy, for the Devil, composed of Elvish Gleeman, Tommy, Call Me Win, Crimer XYZ, and Soda Pop 24. Again, guys, about a minute and a half of delay, and we are heading into our finals match. We have some great matches leading up to this one. We saw a really long game in the last round. Neither team really willing to give any ground there, but slowly, Team Sympathy for the Devil did emerge victorious, while it seems like Cheer Up had a fairly decisive victory in their semifinals match. They seemed to be waiting a good 20-30 minutes for the other semis game to conclude. So good luck to both teams heading into this finals game, and well played in your previous rounds, of course. So taking a look at these laning matchups, we do have Scion against Aurelia, two very strong champions in the current meta. Also a little bit of red team hype in the Twitch chat. Seems like we have some supporters for Sympathy for the Devil. Anybody else in Twitch chat wanting to throw their vote around there, feel free. Mid lane matchup of Ari into LeBlanc here. Of course, I'm going to skip over the top lane matchup a tiny bit. Again, they're strong champions. Aurelia probably has a little bit more damage potential, but Scion's been doing so well since that rework. I think it's going to be a fairly even matchup. Not a whole lot happening there until the later portions of the game when they really come out into the other lanes. So I'm going to comment on the mid lane matchups here. We have two very, very highly mobile champions coming into the mid lane. We have Ari into LeBlanc, both of them going a Flash Ignite, both of them going to try and snowball as quickly and as hard as they can into this matchup, while the bottom lane match is, I believe, yes, Graves and Janna. Was not quite remembering the provide AD carry there. So Graves and Janna into a Misfortune Morgana pair. Honestly, in my opinion, Morgana is one of the best supports right now. So Morgana into Janna should go in favor of the Morgana, despite Janna being a top tier support as well. Morgana's Black Shield able to stop the Q coming up from Janna, and Dark Binding being as powerful as it is in every game. I think MF will have a fairly decent lane for her, though Graves, if he can get in and get out without getting locked down, might have an advantage there. He does have huge amounts of burst available to him. Just going to get the scoreboard reorganized here, guys, and we are heading into the game. Everybody loading in without issues, have purchased their items red side, making their way fairly cohesively, aside from the Aurelia, into the bottom half of the map, while blue team is a little bit more spread out. They have three of their team members heading towards the river, while Misfortune heads towards that tribe, which might be in trouble. Red side gets the ward and force Misfortune enters the bush, face checks that bush. She is going to be forced to flash away. LeBlanc trying to close the gap, dashes back out with the second tap of Distortion, going to back after burning a decent amount of mana for that engagement. Misfortune also forced it back, having lost about half of her health in that engagement. Jordan 4 comes back in, gets a deeper ward onto the blue side of the map here, but it looks like that's going to be about all we have for pre-monster camp spawn action here. Though Skarner, with a little bit of roam up that river, might be going for some counter jungle here. Looks like he could also be starting on the Gromp camp. Not quite sure what they're going to go for there. About 30 seconds remaining until these guys need to be in a position. Alright, and looking back over at Twitch chat, seems like we're split down the middle. No, red team with 2 votes. Oh, 4-2 I mean 0425. You can't vote twice for red team. That's cheating. So the votes split down the middle. One for red, one for blue, one for the server, and one for me. Alright guys, Brick has returned. Gonna get our mic set back up here. Handing things back over to him momentarily.
Alright, and we see Jarvan picking up that Gromp Garner as well. It looks like the bottom lane, Misfortune picked up that smaller Krug. We do see.
The Krug camp is an interesting way to start. The small Krug does go down very, very quickly, so they're not going to take a lot of pressure, but they're not going to reach level 2 either.
Indeed, potentially leaving that Krug there because if Skarner goes directly to the Wolf camp and picks that off, he will actually have his smite available if he goes directly to the Krug camp from there, and he will be able to smite that large Krug and get that buff where every 6 auto attack stuns, I believe, the neutral monsters, also the minions. I don't think champions. We see that Janna with the knockup. But Morgana going hard, pops the ignite onto Graves. He flashes away, separated from his support.
Down by the Dark Vine there. Misfortune is still fair low. Janna still taking it back up and Hells in the cesspool. Comes out one more auto attack from the Morgana, but Black Shield is not available. She flashes in, takes a turret for it, but can't secure the last hit.
So that was all four bottom lane summoner smells for the blue team and the red team.
8 summoner spells burned in that fight, but no first blood. Both sides using them both offensively and defensively, but no net effect. And it does.
We see Jarvan rotating into this top lane, trying to make a gank camp, and he doesn't get the knockup though. Sion with the flash and the red buff slow might be enough to pick him off, and first blood does go over.
Oh, Misfortune Morgana behind the
Irelia
as well, picking up a kill for their team, even out the kill score. Really big play from them. That's really deep. But they knew Jarvan forward in the top lane. They felt safe going for that one.
Indeed, they also had their own jungler on their bottom side there in case, but they did know that the mid lane was still there. LeBlanc taking a turret shot there. She is up a level over the Ahri.
Yeah, Krymer playing this one really well so far, it looks like.
Up
Seeming
10
like he's
farm.
Up 10 farm over Ahri here. Ahri having trouble staying in range, but LeBlanc has gotten a decent amount of minion pressure here, meaning that Ahri will be able to farm under her turret a little bit. Might be able to start evening out the CS.
Indeed, definitely with a sizable minion wave there. We do see Irelia get the stun onto the Sion. She has the hit level 4 over him with that first blood.
Looks like Aurelia's not gone for her first back yet, either opting to stay in the lane despite Aurelia being weak.
Jarvan with another, but Skarner right there, trying to make something happen. We do see Irelia being taken fairly low. She does get the stun onto the Skarner, but seems to get away. Looks like Jarvan's trying to make something happen here. He does get the knockup. He takes Skarner quite low. Irelia with the re-engage onto the Sion. Sion getting the kill with his passive. We do see LeBlanc having roam, picks up the kill onto Skarner. The charm lands from Ahri, but she backs off.
That's a great play by the LeBlanc. Thought Skarner was outcleaned, but he only had 100 health. LeBlanc just had to hit her leash pretty much there, and he went down. Another great play by both sides. I mean, Sion going down for his second time in the top lane. 2 really strong ganks from the Jarvan force of our Skarner. Potentially overextend. They're really trying to secure the kill onto Aurelia. And then LeBlanc roaming back into the top lane. They're picking up the kill onto Skarner as well. They're making it a 2-for-1 trade in a favor of sympathy for the devil.
Indeed. And if we look though, Sion is up in farm slightly over the Irelia, but Irelia picked up a Sheen, so when she heads back to lane, Sion with that Glacial Shroud and the armor going to be completely ineffective against the magic damage from the Sheen passive. We do see Jarvan rotating towards his bottom lane, trying to make something happen here. The flag has not been dropped yet. He does land over, but Skarner is right here. We do see Janna getting the knockup, but Graves was taking fairly low there. LeBlanc looks like she landed the stun there, taking Ahri quite low. not have her Ignite available though. You see Morgana using that Tormented Soil to get as much gold as she can from her Spell Thief's Edge. We do see that Misfortune is doing a great job of pressuring this Graves. She's up almost 10 farm. Irelia with the engagement onto Scion, both hitting level 6. But Irelia doing a great job of out-sustaining the Scion. LeBlanc going hard onto the RA. The Charm just not able to reach. So Misfortune with that pickaxe, definitely with an advantage over the Graves, who just picked up a second Doran's Blade.
Indeed, looking down this scoreboard, the big advantages even out here.
Irelia with the stun, popping her ultimate onto the Scion. She does miss a couple of events. Skarner is here. He is ready. Irelia gets the stun, but the Scion ultimate comes up and he gets the kill. So
Yanking the top lane is waiting in though, and getting the kill onto Irelia. It's going to be really great for their team, getting Scion more or less back on par with Irelia, sitting at 2-2 compared to her 2-1. Also with about a 20 farm lead, no 15 farm lead over Irelia at this point.
So we saw a very good engagement from the Morgana and Misfortune. Morgana with a great black shield, just able to block that knockup. Misfortune hitting the level 6, tries to make it happen with the Graves, but Janna will actually be locked down and the Ignite comes out. The flash not saving her life there. Graves and Janna not having yet hit that level 6. Morgana neither, so she did not. We see Graves backing out. No, Misfortune going beyond the turret, trying to make something happen. Skarner not able to connect onto the LeBlanc.
We're also wrapping back around here, might come into the mid lane. No, looks like he's actually going to recall there, but Scion is down by the dragon. But looks like this will be a 9-minute dragon being engaged by Team Cheer Up. They're about 1,000 gold looking for their first dragon, but they have left Irelia alone in the top lane. She clears out the main lane, going to not stay up there by herself, not looking for the turret here. Dragon does go down uncontested, however, to the blue.
This is going to be the first dragon of the game and the first turret going down for the bottom lane. You see Skarner getting the Janna. A very nice tornado by Janna, getting 3 knockups.
Oh, but Janna gets away there. Did not expect her to remove herself.
Indeed. I believe we saw her take Scion's flash as well. Irelia taking a couple turret hits there.
Get some pressure against this top lane outer turret while Scion is not in the lane. Looks like he will recall, does have his teleport available to him, so she's not going to have a whole lot of time. The roam she went down for, looks like she got a ward in front of the Baron Pit. May have taken the Scuttle Crab as well, so not the greatest roam, but still, vision control can be a big difference in games.
Indeed, vision and proper team coordination can, definitely sway a team fight, get things going in your team's favor. Always great to make good picks. Irelia having hit the level 8 ahead of, we see LeBlanc, but the black shield, and we see LeBlanc now potentially in a bit of trouble. We see Misfortune, we see Ari popping her ultimate, the flash from LeBlanc. Indeed, and the stun also not quite getting there. You see Scion did hit that level 8 now.
We have 3 members of Team Cheer Up in the melee with 4 members from a Sympathy for the Devil. No, 4 members from both teams now into the mid lane here. A fairly large siege for this point into the game. Both bottom laners from both sides into the Morgana, looking like she might roam towards the top lane. Is going to go for a little bit more vision control there for sure.
Indeed, we do see that Cheer Up is about 1,000 gold ahead, and they are getting damage down onto this middle outer turret. Graves with the Smoke Screen Morgana with the top lane roam. Hits the Dark Binding. So Scion can continue to just put damage onto that turret, just above half health now.
Bottom and the mid lane outer turret. Well, Scion dropping the top inhibitor down to about half of the health here so far. But as far as objectives are controlled, looks like Cheer Up has picked up a rather
We see Morgana being immediately deleted, the Misfortune ultimate able to burst people down. She does flash away in quite a bit of trouble now. It's Skarner able to get Irelia caught up, but Graves gets the kill onto Misfortune. The charm missing by a mile.
Indeed, going a 3 for 2 there in favor of Team Cheer Up. Not a bad play overall.
Scion is locked down by the LeBlanc.
LeBlanc forced out of that fight, might go down here, and that might be her clone actually exiting the fight. We do see the health potion taking on the real LeBlanc here. Graves is still in this fight. Again, a 2 for 3 exchange there. Not a bad play overall for Sympathy for the Devil. They did keep that top lane turret alive. They only lost one additional team member there. Despite Cheer Up having a little bit of an advantage, they are up about 2,000 gold so far.
Indeed, and we do see LeBlanc is definitely utilizing the mobility of her champion to its full potential. Definitely doing a great job of also Ari is technically keeping up at farm. Actually, Ari completes her first item, but we do see LeBlanc recalling now. Probably will also pick up a Morella Nomicon. But also with boots, Ari does not have boots. So a little bit of an advantage for the LeBlanc there with that kill and slight CS lead. So Jana just clearing out some Tribush Forge. However, we do see cautionary ping from the red team. Morgana is also trying to get that vision, although Irelia is extremely low underneath her own turret.
The Spurs doing really well into the top lane on that Scion pick. Not quite how I expected the top lane to end up tonight. We've seen a lot of action up there. Both junglers really focusing on the top lane, where I didn't really expect the action to be up here. I mean, we normally see it as kind of a lonely island, so to speak. Huge wet noodle fights having almost no effect. We are seeing the last turret now being the top lane outer turret, slowly going down to the Scion Skarner. They will take that down. Irelia forced out of the lane here.
Indeed, well, Irelia was 2-0 fairly early on, so Skarner doing a great job of recognizing that, having your top laner go from 0-2 to 3-2-1 is definitely to the benefit of the team to, always have a super tanky front line. He's completed his Frozen Heart and his Mercury Shreds.
That does go over onto the Jarvan 4, despite Graves being in range there. Looks like Jarvan 4 potentially thinking he can put it to better use, or thinking he potentially needs that for additional clear potential in his jungle, keeping himself, really relevant and caught up or ahead of the Skarner. Looking for a play here. A little bit of poke comes out there from Skarner. Does connect onto LeBlanc. Skarner tries to come back in here. Going to get a little bit of poke back from LeBlanc. Bark Bind comes through, but not going to land. The taunt comes through, but LeBlanc jumps herself to safety.
Skarner is hit with an Augment.
Gets stunned though.
See the Irelia teleporting in now. She's going to start engaging onto this Skarner, who is finished off by the Graves, the Misfortune ult.
Very effective there.
Indeed. It looks like Morgana picked up the kill there. At the last second.
Onto the Morgana. Scion is there. There's going to be a 3 versus 2 fight. Dark Bind doesn't connect the Scion. Missing
Misfortune coming back in, able to do lots of damage. LeBlanc desperately trying to get away. But Misfortune picks up the kill with her impure shots, I believe. Or that is where when you hit the first thing and it goes and it hits the thing behind it.
So you can check out the Misfortune kit here. Where are skills? There we go.
Double up.
Impure shots. Black shield.
That's
what?
Morgana.
That's Morgana. I clicked Misfortune.
So blue team picking up their second dragon. So that's 2 dragons and 3 turrets. They're up about 4,000, just over 4,000 gold over Sympathy for the Devil.
team picking up a 5,000 gold. And I mean, this could explain the speed of their victories in previous rounds.
Indeed. We do see Misfortune backing now. Interesting to see what her next item will be. She probably would like to start a Bloodthirster, but it looks like she'll be going for either the Phantom Dancer or the Static Shiv. We've definitely seen the double Phantom Dancer be the trend tonight as...
Indeed, taking me back to Season 2.
Indeed, yes. So I believe there was also a thing in Season 2 to just stack Phantom Dancers on Master Yi and just run around the map.
Just bring those Phantom Dancers.
Indeed. So we see...
they're finding not able to enter a great juke in the raid. I don't think it's going to be enough.
LeBlanc trying to make something happen on the flank here, doesn't land the stun.
Well, they do back off the turret, still alive there. LeBlanc and the Graves will be enough. Ends up going to be a 4 versus 4 fight here with Sion and Jarvan potentially entering a little bit late. Morgana also going for vision control here is an interesting choice. She will be re-entering the fray pretty quickly though.
Yeah, we see the blue team ping out where Irelia and Janna just walked through. Irelia trying to deter Sion from this top lane inner turret, gets the stun, engaging back Sion with his Q there. The Irelia ult coming out to clear this wave. She joins him at level 11 there with that experience. But we do see Skarner reaching out. Sion hits the slow. The Dark Binding lands onto the Jarvan. We see Skarner bringing him deep into his team, and Sion pick up the kill. A very nice pick. The ultimate also taking Janna. She goes down to the Skarner. Irelia, it's Morgana. Irelia just flashes out of range of the Morgana ult, but the charm lands onto LeBlanc.
It's a double kill for the Skarner as LeBlanc eats an R8 on Graves. Not going to be nearly enough to keep this alive. It only needs one more auto attack. It does go down very quickly in the mid lane. So we're now seeing a 12-7 kill score. 2 Dragons 0 and 4 turrets to 0 as well. Team Cheer Up have picked up a 7,000 gold lead. And we are approaching the 20-minute mark of this game. Baron spawning in about 30 seconds. Not seeing the timer on that third dragon coming up right now.
Indeed, so Irelia pushing the top lane. She just completed her Trinity Force Scion with the Tiamat. An interesting Scion build. Normally we just see them go straight tank, relying on his scaling to deal enough damage and CC.
Well, Misfortune looking to relieve pressure here from the bottom lane. They did have a little bit of pressure against that bottom lane outer turret. Thought we could have been seeing something happening to the bottom turret, but I'm just confused about who's
Dark Binding
there for a moment.
Just missing the LeBlanc.
Morgana throwing the cesspool there, gonna get a little damage onto the LeBlanc as well. Get that 10-20 gold potentially.
Indeed, Ari and LeBlanc both picking up their blue buffs within about 23 seconds of each other. We do see that Baron is now live, however, a tad early for these teams to be attempting the charm.
Yeah,
not connecting. We see LeBlanc going hard. Her stun doesn't miss, going right in between them. We see Skarner happening, Sion landing the slow.
Sion. I apologize, the Skarner. It's the second time I've done that.
Indeed, we see the Sion ult now coming through, picking up the kill. Sion goes unstoppable. Quite the turnaround.
Well, Jarvan 4 with the ultimate onto the Misfortune. She will blow her ultimate as well, but gets away despite Graves coming in for the assistance. Ari also on her own versus 2 in the middle, but does not seem to be deterred, chasing down the Janna LeBlanc there.
Graves goes unstoppable himself.
The blue team taking down not only the inhibitor, but the inhibitor as well in the top lane. Morgana roaming up there to assist the Sion Skarner, who are already successful, taking down the Aurelia and that top lane inner turret. Losing that inhibitor 21 minutes in is going to be big for Team Sympathy for the Devil. They're going to need to really focus on relieving pressure from that top lane.
Actually, we
controlling
have
the
a
Dragon Pit.
surrender coming through from the red team. So congratulations to Team Cheer Up. They are the victors of tonight's semi-pro tournament in a dominating fashion. 6 turrets to 1 and 30. Well, the kills fairly even though.
Yeah, it was a really strong performance from both sides, but it was clear blue side had the advantage. They're taking that inhibitor that early on. Could have just been that last moral blow. Blue purple side saying, you know what, maybe we can't win this, despite Braves being a 5-1 at that point in the game. I feel they might have been able to turn it around still. However, second place still gets them a placement. Congratulations to both teams this evening. We have a cheer up as our victors in the main event, going home with 3,200 RP. And I'd say triumphant Riot skins, but I'm fairly confident all of these guys have gotten those before. Unfortunately, they don't stack, so they do get them awarded to them, but no real benefit there. Second place team picking up 2,400 RP for each of their final 5 summoners, and then the third and fourth place teams getting 1,600 and 800 RP respectively. Of course, going to be the same situation for the secondary tournament this evening as far as prizing is concerned. Looks like, of course, our bronze match has not yet concluded and the secondary tournament has not yet concluded. But with our finals match completed here and our victors decided for the night, we will be concluding tonight's tournament stream. So this is Dark Horse.
And Brick Panzer.
And we're signing off for the evening.